Yeah, you can put anything, as long as it has an @ symbol, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
I won't try it this time.
Yeah, because I just want to log in meetings too.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know. Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Cool. Relax.
Yeah. I think you have to go live. Well, maybe you can do it from here. Yeah, I guess you can. Cool. Yeah, while you've got me, do you want to drag the Zoom window over and I can tell
Yeah.
you where the full screen button is? At least with my eyes, it's hard to see. And you might want to pop out the participants tab as well.
Bring it all over.
Yeah. And then up here. Then right here. Up a little bit. There it is. Oh, yeah. There you go. Cool. How's it going? Good. All right, I think you're in good shape then.
So I get a chance, we don't know it's. I just,
Yeah, do that right now.
yeah, because I just stayed like that, so I can see everything.
What about Don?
No. Oh, he's, should know. And Kim will tell you who wants somebody, but I can look at the list and tell you, I don't know. Oh, what's his name? Your presenter for the solar thing, so he's gonna be online, so we'll tell him to come over. Yeah, we will there. See, Lisa, man, she just, I just saw her leave her. Down the hall today. Most people watch on YouTube now, so we don't know. if they really watch.
Oh, yeah.
So you're not doing that Harvard date anymore, I think?
Hartford date, the.
No, Harvard's like one of the date little thingy on.
Oh, it's sometimes I do it.
Because, David.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, actually, we could bring that up.
If you want, bring it over, yeah.
Oh, well, I forgot that we had it in the TriCast.
Oh,
Let's see. Okay, every time I.
Challenge.
Yeah.
Sure, remember.
Let's fill that up.
Just click one of these, Hartford Selectboard.
Maybe a max. Maybe a
Pull over tape. Okay, so now we can edit that. Oh, it's down there. Oh, it's this keyboard.
Right, yeah.
Oh, it's that keyboard off. Oh, quick.
Okay.
Cool. Oh, and because we, since the meeting closed out, let's check to make sure the, sound and whatnot are the
Yeah.
same they were. So you can just click the little carrot next to them if you want. That's speaking over from the other screen. Yeah, you might have to drag this window out of the way. It should be on your other screen as well. Oops, I think it's your YouTube window. Yeah, there you go. Here, oh, our sound is on right now. Got analog and Sony, so that's good. So we can probably mute ourselves for right now. Check 1, 2, test 1, 2, check 1, 2.
doesn't last more than an hour.
We go about getting the cannabis thing included in the local option tax.
I think that would be a charter change.
I think it is, right? Because the charter
it
currently
is.
doesn't, the lot is not, doesn't apply to it in the
No.
charter.
But that's the only way we can get any.
I think right now that's the only way, and the problem is, it wouldn't just be adding cannabis, it would be imposing a 1% sales tax
Yeah.
on all the goods that are subject to the sales tax. I mean, there's a lot that are exempted.
We're not in session and we have
No.
audio on and we cannot talk about town stuff.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Need to be that.
That's okay.
You're
We'll
right.
pick it up at another time.
That's from the fans in the.
The exhausts.
The
are
exhaust
on.
fans. Or the,
It's gonna be-
Okay.
Yeah. And it's almost like you were an auditor in the past, like, the way you're on it with this open meeting stuff these days.
Peter.
No one else has to be a panelist, right?
not right now.
No, we'll bring a couple people over, but I'll probably turn to you and say something like, can you bring Dana Clausen over? Yeah, I think he's the only one that's having to be home today.
Is Lori coming now?
Lori is still here.
I knew that.
Yeah, she was gonna come down.
Hey, y'all.
Hello.
Everyone's spaces.
See you again.
I know, we're just saying, it's very lovely.
You're expecting Mary, right?
No, not tonight.
Oh.
Okay.
What reason you guys got them?
How goes it? Oh, no, I heard a sigh. Oh, pretty good.
Oh, Lana, they're getting,
Did you, are you through midterms on this one?
Yeah, through midterms, but
They're getting.
It doesn't mean it's over, yeah.
For liquor
not gonna be
license,
last.
Yeah.
liquor license. Piecemeal and Tucker box. Fit.
I'm okay.
And that's the low. I had this brain glitch where I was like, I think it must be they just, yeah,
They're in the next.
they're in the next round. Yeah, we have 15 liquor licenses that are probably gonna be ready to go on the 5th.
Yeah.
Because they're due. Like, if you don't get it done, you can't serve liquor.
Yep.
So.
So it's the season. Season for,
It's the season for liquor licenses.
My notes.
You have time to believe it.
until the summer.
Uh,
Well, and then there'll be cold air.
Dana was just looking at, Dan and I were just talking about the struggle with staffing and contractors. Getting somebody else to like tune it up, but there's only so many people that
How are you?
eligible.
Good, good. It's just, I'm on day 2 of my new job, which I can tell you.
Right,
So,
and-
but, yeah,
And like,
so I'm like,
oh, there's
information
information one of
overload,
them
but
better call
also
us
very
back. That makes sense.
Where?
it's at Rockwood Leadership.
Hey, we all ready?
Which does.
You guys are
Yes,
live.
sir.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. All right, I'm going to call to order this select board meeting for the town of Hartford, March 22nd, 2022 at 6:01 PM. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead tonight?
I'd be glad to, sir.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the honor, sir.
All right, we're gonna close this portion of the select board meeting and reopen as the local liquor control board. So we have a number of renewals on the agenda tonight. So the way that they are in order here, the first four are all for second-class licenses. And the last three are for first and third and outside consumption licenses. So we could do these in a batch of the second and then the first, third, and outside consumption. Are there any discussions about any of these renewals?
Sir,
Yes, Lenny.
I had a question about Quechee Lakes' renewal that they had. I was under the understanding that there had to be a fenced-in area for all liquor servings in the town, and maybe somebody's been on the board much longer than I can answer that question. But they want to have something down on a T, and I didn't see if there was a designated fenced-off area for that consumption.
Okay. Does anyone know?
Sorry, I just forgot to recuse myself. So
Yeah, okay, so Kim is recusing
For-
herself.
Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta get to it.
Does anyone know, I mean, so does anyone know whether there is a requirement to have a fenced-in area for serving liquor?
I have absolutely no idea.
no, there are for wine tastings, but I don't know whether it applies to the actual license
Okay.
itself.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
I believe there is requirements that you have to have a designated area for consumption. Then so that designated area is not listed on the application for that area within the Quechee Club's application.
Is that the base lodge, Lanny? Do you know?
No, that's
That
the one on the, I think it's on the tier. I can't remember where I saw it, but on the fairway or it's there's a base lodge one and there's
Yep.
there's a Quechee Club one and there's the third one. And the third one is the one that I was looking at.
The thing that I would ask us all to consider is that this is a renewal, so it has passed muster before, both from you and from the state. So I don't know about the exact legislation, but unless there's something crossed out, these are everybody's last year's liquor license and they can make any changes. So
Okay,
and I'm trying to find where you were looking to understand that a little bit more.
so yes, so this is a renewal. It looks like it was approved previously and I don't see any changes to it as far as I can tell.
39.
So I don't know.
Lanny's saying it's page 39 in our packet.
That's the renewal for the Quechee Club.
Okay.
I just don't see it's what is supposed to be there. And I don't know if they've changed the location, which means they haven't included a fenced in area, like changed the location of it within that particular area. And they haven't got a fenced in location. And yes, they have applied for one in that area, but I'm concerned that
Is this not, is it?
that's the
not all
club.
fenced?
That's the club.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the club area.
I'm on
Then
page
there's-
56.
Yeah, that's the club that they're showing. Then they're showing some pictures from Murphy Farm. And then the third one is the one that my question lies in.
How can you tell if there's a fence or not?
Is that the one with the tents in the event area?
No, the tenth is the Murphy Farm. That's the Murphy Farm. Well, that's my question. there,
This one
too.
right here?
That's the Murphy Farm.
Okay, so that's 57 we're on.
Is it this? with the
Davidson's?
fencing?
What's, I can't see that from here.
Can you pass that one down? These are the hard copies.
Base Club,
Oh, it's-
that's the base lodge right there. But I thought
Jason, can I
there
flip through this?
was one that stated that they were gonna have it out on the green.
Yeah, there's one
Oh,
there.
I
Those
see.
are not permanent though.
what page is that one that's listed on the graph? Like,
I can't quite tell maybe 71.
Wait, so, and just to clarify, Lanny, there's a state statute that requires fencing? or-
yes.
Okay.
There's, you have to have a designated area for consumption of alcohol to fall under the permit. That is a state statute.
But designation requires a fence.
Yes, well, not a fence, but
Perimeter.
a designated perimeter area. And like, I don't know if it's a fence, but you have to have a designated area for consumption.
Can they put a rope line up? It's designated?
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, it looks like they've designated,
Here we are. On
it
page
looks like
60,
they've designated a couple areas here.
On
in-
page
in this
60.
well.
it's page 60 I'm talking about. Lakeland 10th T, that's the one I'm talking about. Page 60 in the packet. You have the original for Lakeland 10th T, Tracy?
Lakeland 10th T. I see it.
I think this is it.
Oh, yeah.
Is that big?
No, look at page 60.
Unless it's a golf.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Oh, I see. So, but is this?
That is, nope, that's gonna be down to, that's the main club. It's the clubhouse.
It says on the application it's for special events and not permanent.
For Lakeland 10th T,
So they didn't get separate permits.
that is Murphy Farm.
Yeah, the Lakeland 10th T doesn't really have a lot of.
That's Murphy
Detail.
Farm you're looking at there.
I see. Okay, so length. that
Believe me,
looks like-
I live in Quechee. I know this area exclusively very well. And
So. That's
This-
crossed out.
this is
Right,
like
that's
Is it
why-
just because they renamed it?
I don't know. That's my question. This is Lakeland 10th T. I would be willing to do everything except for this 10th T one because I'm not certain. I don't have the information that I feel we can act on this 10th T application at this point in time.
Yeah, they cut-
Sorry, I'll go ahead.
I mean, if we're unsure, Mr. Chair and Tracy, is there an opportunity to delay approving or denying this application until we can get a second opinion from VLCT or just is
At
that?
this point, we're here today and we're here in 2 weeks. So
So it needs to be settled
it would
today.
go back on the 5th.
Can we do a partial approval like Lanny was suggesting? I would hate to hold up all the other permits.
So you can do each one individually.
Yeah.
You don't have to do them as a group.
I see.
But I think what Rocket's asking is, can we take this 10th T out of the Quechee clubs?
So I think you can approve, they're all separate items, E, F, and J.
They're each separate items.
Okay.
You just got to figure out which one is the 10th T. Which
Yeah,
item
yeah,
is the
I'm
10th
still
T?
trying to suss
It
that
might be
out.
F, Quechee Club, because there's the Base Lodge and the Murphy Farm. And it seems like the 10th T is one that is the other one.
Well, that'd be the Murphy Farm one, I guess, because it's 10th T is not Murphy Farm.
Right, and it's not Base Lodge, right?
No,
And there's Quechee Club as well.
correct,
So it would be, F is probably the one we have a question about,
correct.
the 10th T.
The third class, third side, third and outside. Yes, that's the Quechee Club one. F is fine. E is fine and F is fine. The one that I have a problem with is G.
Is G.
Yes, because I'm not sure where that,
So page 66 is marked G.
I'm sorry, I'm just,
No, it's okay, we understand. I think we can start moving on the other one, so if we have questions on F.
I want to comment, but I'm recusing myself.
I think
You recuse yourself from voting.
Yeah, you can still comment, I think.
Yeah,
They're supposed to, but, I mean, their license doesn't expire until April 30th. So if you did just take that one out and ask for some clarification and have it come back at the next meeting.
Yeah. I would feel much more comfortable with that, knowing that Lakeland 10th T
Okay.
does not have anything for fenced in areas. at this
Okay,
point.
well, it doesn't seem like that would be very difficult to get that information, so.
Just,
Yep.
if that specific location is for just special events, they're gonna need to get independent permits specifically for special events as well. Like, they can't just get a license for special events throughout the whole year. They would have to get individual permits for each,
Right.
I believe.
Wait, Kim, is there a reason then they would just why would they include it in here at all if they have to come back?
That these are designated areas that they're planning. to
Oh, I
serve
see.
off
So they're
the
just saying,
area.
here's all the spaces.
I mean, I can't speak for them.
I see.
Well, I'll entertain a motion on the first slate and then
Okay.
the second slate. If anyone's willing
What?
to make one.
Do am I okay with everybody in
Yeah.
terms of this, holding that one up?
I think given that it doesn't expire till April 30th and we'll have a chance to address it at our next
Okay,
meeting.
I don't want to make anybody uncomfortable. but-
Dan, what's your take on
I
this?
abstain because I have a liquor
Oh,
license, so
I
I,
see. So it's just the four of us.
And they've got a current license there right now. We have time to prove
Okay.
it once we
Okay.
get clarification
Okay.
on that.
Thank
So, all right, so it looks like we'll do the second class licenses as a slate, and then we will not do item G, it looks like. At this point, that seems to be the board's. Thought? Ally?
Mr. Chair, I can move the first slate. So I move that we approve the liquor license renewals for second class for Cumberland Farms of Vermont, Inc., doing business as Cumberland Farms number 8007-1167 Hartford Avenue, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001. Evans Group of Vermont, Inc., doing business as Evans Expressmart, Route 5 and Airport Road, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001. Little Istanbul, Inc., doing business as Little Istanbul, 27 North Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001. And Revco LLC, doing business as Revolution, 26 North Main Street, White River Junction, Vermont, 05001.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Lanny, second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we've got 2 abstentions
are you accusing?
or recusal. Okay, great. All right, so we've got the second class ones done. I'll entertain a motion for the next slate or part of the next slate. Lanny?
Like to make motion that we renew Quechee Club Incorporated doing business as Base Lodge 3369 Quechee Main Street, Quechee, Vermont 05059 for a first and third class outside consumption. And consider renewal of Quechee Club Inc. doing business as Quechee Club Inc. 3268 Quechee Main Street, Quechee, Vermont 05059 for first and third class and outside consumption.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Rocket will second. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And 2, we have an abstention and a recusal. All right. Well, we got through that. So we're going to close this portion of the local liquor control board and we'll reopen as the Hartford Select Board. So the next item is the order of agenda. Any changes? We good? All right, so we'll move to public comment. So again, we'll take people who are present first, and then we'll bring people over who might want to comment on Zoom. We ask that you introduce yourself and town of residence, you address the select board as a whole, and that you refrain from any personal attacks. So are there any people present who would like to make a public comment at this point?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Heidi Duto. I'm from White River Junction, Vermont. And I'd like to touch base on something that we, excuse me for just one moment. I don't want to. Bringing up last meeting's information here because I don't want to say anything incorrectly. I want to touch base on an item that was brought up at last meeting's agenda. It has to do with the motion that was made to pay for the C&D removal at the stump dump.
Mhm.
I'm not putting blame on anyone, but I don't feel that it was appropriate to pay the bill with an estimated. How did we actually work that? An estimated adjustment of $118,815. I think it should have just been a complete payment. Because if we leave it as an estimated and additional cost, I think it leaves it as an open door for the payment to be added on to. That's my personal opinion. And I was the treasurer of the American Postal Workers Union for, I believe, 12 to 14 years. And as we make payments through our union, we have never made an estimated payment to any contractor. As a homeowner, I don't make an estimated payment to a contractor when they come to my house. And I'm not trying to put, and I don't mean to be abrupt or condescending or rude or any way, but I just don't think it's appropriate to do an estimate payment as a taxpayer of this town. Has anyone even considered bringing Gail, our financial director, in on this and asked her opinion of what we should do? I mean, we pay her to do the job. She's a professional and she does a really good job. And moving forth, I think we really need to take into consideration that we have good people working for our town. And if we don't start utilizing these people, who's to say that we're not going to get more resignations? And who's to say we're not going to lose really, really good people? Because we've lost some really good people in a very short amount of time. And we need to show them respect. And we need to show them that we actually care for what they do for us. And we need to use them in the appropriate ways. And that's all I have to say in public comment, because we also bring up other things when they come on the agenda tonight. Is that correct?
Mhm.
So that's all I have to say. And I'm not coming at you in a negative means. This is just my feelings and from my perspective from being the treasurer from my job, my second job, because I'm the postal worker. But I did this and I'm not bashing Tracy. I'm not bashing you. This is my perspective.
Yeah.
But when you leave it as an estimate, it's almost saying, go ahead and add some more money on. So just moving forth, keep that in the back of your mind, maybe. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, HUD. Anyone else in the room? Public comment?
Can I,
Or Lanny, if you'd like to.
can I just ask you a question, Tracy, about that?
Yeah.
Can you tell us your intention as far as how much you'll be willing to go over before you come back to the board so that we can feel confident? I mean, the board set an estimate of not to exceed for the cleanup down to the landfill, but can you give us a number that you don't feel comfortable with exceeding before you'll come back to us?
Well, our NTE was 118,850, I think, total,
What does that mean, NET?
not to exceed.
Okay, and not to exceed. No,
So-
it was estimate. It was.
And
voted
we
on
are
as an
estimating
estimate.
that it's gonna be that. It could be less. It could be a little few dollars more depending on the tax situation. But we are in a notice of violation on that pile.
But it won't exceed that, you're telling me then?
We are estimating that if it's a few dollars more, if it's a 10% addition, because we get a really wet few days coming up and that pile gets heavier, we need to get rid of that pile. And so what we're gonna do is get rid of that pile.
How much do you feel comfortable with exceeding that before you return to the board, though?
What I would do is I will be in contact with our staff, we'll be in contact with our contractor as that pile gets removed and we get an idea about how much it weighs and about how many tons are getting into each truck as they move that through. And we'll keep an eye on that and see where we get.
Can I ask a point of clarification? So I'm a little bit confused about this because I think what Lanny and what I'm hearing Heidi say was that I think the verbiage specifically that we voted on last meeting was
not
an
to exceed.
estimate, but then I just heard you say NTE, not to
Maybe I'm
exceed.
misspeaking.
Oh, okay.
As you all voted, so we moved forward with cleaning up
Yeah.
this issue. So, I could be misspeaking. We have a lot of projects and I've signed actually a number of agreements today. So
So just to clarify, it's a estimate, not an NTE.
no, you're right. We are estimating that it's going to cost us about $118,000, but we need to truck it out of there and it is by weight.
But I think the question that Heidi brings to mind, and the reason I voted no on it is that it'd be nice to know, that's why I'm asking you the question of what are you comfortable with for an overrun on that within that estimate that you were given
I am
before you returned to the
comfortable
vote,
with clearing our notice of violation to the state.
regardless of what it costs.
We need to clean that up. We are in violation. We have a violation to the state. They have been out again. They are aware of the pile. They want the pile cleaned up. We need to clean it up.
I mean, also the motion that we have approved 6-1 was to make an exception to the section 3.6 of the purchasing policy. I mean, that was the main, it was basically saying, okay, we have to act on this, so let's not go out to bid beyond this. I mean, it was, the motion was primarily, I mean, clearly there was discussion about whether there was, we landed on estimate. I would have been happy either way, but we did approve it. And I think this is where we are now. And if there are changes, hope that the town manager will come back to us as it's being.
And I think it was, that's what Heidi said, keep it in the back of our mind when we look at the way that we draft these, so. Do you have a question?
Well, I have a question,
Okay.
which was,
You're recognized.
thank you. So I was a little bit confused by that whole vote and super uncomfortable with, as you guys know, the rate change that we're being charged. So I ran this by a couple people, mentors of mine, and what I heard was sort of like that it seems pretty unusual for us to do an estimate rather than like an LOI or fixed contract. And so I was wondering with what I do, like my vote on it was kind of, it seemed like at any cost, we have to do this to comply with the state and that we don't have any other options. So it sort of felt like for me, if the estimate was 200,000, we voted through. If it was 300,000, we voted through, because it didn't seem like we had any other options. So that's why I supported it. But I do also see where, what Lanny is saying, where it's like, well, what if it was 50 million? Obviously, that's like an extreme example, but at what point is the balance? And so I'm wondering is it too late as a select board to put an NTE even higher than what the 118 is, but just so that we have peace of mind to say, well, we know for a fact it won't go over, let's say 120 or 125 or something like that. Is that possible to make that motion?
You guys are like, you voted on it.
Yeah,
You voted
I think
on
I'm
it. So
comfortable.
we're
I
in
don't know
public
about the
comment,
other-
which is also like, you're now starting to discuss town business and think
Yeah.
about reneging on something where quite honestly, like they're finding time in their schedule to come truck this stuff off. So this is public comment, and now you're moving into making decisions and discussing town business of something that's passed 2 weeks ago. So right now I'm going to say my staff is watching and they're going, wow, is the board going to now back out of something and change their mind and want it to come back on the 5th? So just, that's where we're at right now. I'm now starting to get a little uncomfortable that we are talking about an agenda item that happened 2 weeks ago during public comment.
But this is I think we're responding to a public comment, right? I mean, I'm just wondering, the thing is, if the number was higher, I would have still supported it. It kind of felt like we didn't have any option, but I do see where the concern of the taxpayer to say, well, what is going to be the final ticket on it? That
I
for
think
me,
these are all great comments
yeah,
going forward to keep in mind. I
Okay.
mean, that was voted on. I think we should probably
Alright.
move on with it. But I appreciate you and Lanny giving us your thoughts on it. I appreciate Heidi's comment. Do we have anyone on Zoom who'd like to speak?
Hands up.
Okay, well, that'll close the public comments. Select board comments and announcements. Happy to start. Lanny, Rocket?
I'm going to defer to Kim's end first and then I'll.
I do have
Do you have a comment? Yeah.
I have 2 comments. One, I want to thank Gail Ostrad, our finance director, for giving me a tour of the finance department last week and just a little deeper dive into MuniSmart and the ridiculous amount of work that their department does. I think we all appreciate it on some level, but seeing it up close was really impressive and also a little frightening. And then also just want to acknowledge the whole the incident report that we got from project manager Chris Holdsworth around the public works remediation of the wastewater issue at that, was it Greeley Shunpike?
Greenlee Shunpike.
Greenlee Shunpike, and it was just really impressive also to sort of just get a little glimpse of how that unfolded, where it was like, this seemed like a disastrous situation, and wastewater folks went in and just addressed it and mitigated the problem and came out, and it was also super nice to hear the comments of the community members say how pleased they were. So I just want to thank Public Works for that as well.
Great, thank you, Ken. Dan, do you have anything? Al? Rocket?
No, thank you.
Lanny?
Yeah, I do have something. I can only speak for myself, but there's been a lot in the nether regions discussion about the proposal of the Haven and the concerns that revolve around the Haven and the building projects. And I just want to make it very clear that a lot of the things that are coming up are completely outside of the purview of the select board. They lie in zoning and planning. And we have to take that into account as citizens have issues surrounding that we as a select board don't have a lot that we can control on that. So to address the correct agencies within the town. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Lynn.
There is one hand up now.
I'm okay, bring the person on.
Cedar, could you bring Marie over?
All right, Marie should be all that.
Go ahead, Marie, unmute.
Hello,
Hi.
Hello.
Marie, you're muted again. Can you unmute? We heard you for a second, Marie, but we cannot hear you now.
Marie, are you there?
She should be unmuted. If you have any control over that, Cedar. Okay.
Marie, if you'd like to comment, can you unmute your Zoom, and we're here. We seem to be
how about
having.
now? Can you hear
Oh,
me
yes,
now?
there you go. Yes,
my
we can hear
God.
you.
I am so sorry. I'm
It's all
very
right.
challenged with the computer, to say the least. Okay, my name is Marie Alvin. I live in White River, and I don't know, I haven't ever even attended a meeting, so I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask the question. I've had a couple of questions. I wanted to know what the Charter 5 was, and I don't know if that's coming up later. And I also had questions regarding the protocol with, I don't know, I'm having a little bit of conflict with, I've asked the zoning, and maybe this is a zoning question. I'm very confused at the whole process. I've asked zoning, and then I was told it had to come to the select board, because the select board goes to the town manager, and then the town manager goes to zoning. So I'm very confused about the whole process here. One of my questions is about a traffic study that I had requested from the town to do on the Haven. And
Okay.
they have in fact had the Haven is hired their own traffic study consultant. And to me, that seems like a conflict of interest, that it should be the state doing a traffic study and not the Haven. And the second item was also with the ad hoc committee. I noticed some meetings that the chair of the zoning was in fact participating with the meeting. And I realized some of the select board go to these meetings as a liaison back and forth to keep the town informed of what's going on. But I kind of think it was a conflict of interest for the zoning chair or any of the zoning to be a part of this meeting. And I consider it a conflict of interest. I didn't know how that stand as far as the town goes.
Okay. Thank you, Marie.
Thank
I don't
you.
know.
I can,
Ally?
I mean, I can just try to respond, Marie, to that last one, just as a liaison of the ad hoc committee on emergency shelter. I don't remember in recent meetings that any folks from, if you're talking about the zoning board attending, maybe if there were folks that were attending meetings before my tenure, that's certainly possible, but, you know, any member of the public, and that includes members of other, you know, committees as members of the public, can attend committee and commission meetings of other bodies at any time. So I don't see that as a conflict of interest, just because those meetings are intentionally warned and open to the public at any time.
Thank you.
Even
Ally.
though that person is actually voting on the process of the situation.
Can you be a little bit more specific? Because there wouldn't be any member of the zoning board that would be voting and has not done that to my knowledge. And I've attended many meetings.
Well, I don't know, I'll tell you, I get so many emails and information. I'll be happy to forward that on to you. I don't think it was recently, but it's the whole purpose of if you are on the zoning board, you are approving these buildings and whatnot. And if you're attending the meeting, it looks like you're in support of it. And of course, I am on the other side of it. So I'm finding it difficult to figure that we're getting a fair shot here as the neighbors.
Sure. Maria, if you have any correspondence that you want to send for a second look, I'm happy to take a look. But again, in the meetings that I've been sitting as a liaison for this committee, we haven't had anyone who's not a member of the committee being a voting member. So, but please send me what you have.
You don't consider it a conflict at all?
For them to attend? No, because any member of the public can attend a committee meeting at any time.
Even though they're voting on the situation? Like
So
Dan just withdraws himself because he has a liquor license, so he withdraws himself because, he shouldn't be included in that vote.
Sure, yeah, and then I know Kim has her hand raised. So there's a difference between just attending the meeting because you're interested and you want to know what's happening in the meeting versus making any motions or making any votes. And so it's, again, and I would love to see again more folks in the community attending any committee meeting just because of their interest, but attending is different from voting. And so if that person is just attending just to kind of be a fly on the wall or to ask, I'm sorry?
To provide information?
To receive information and just to know what the committee is working on.
Yeah.
Any member of the public can do that.
Okay, seems a little conflict of interest to me. And what about the traffic study? Is that your department or?
Marie, I think that Lori and Joanne have replied to this to you via email numerous times that is the requirement of the agency that's attempting to get a permit. It's not something that the town or the state takes on. So if you want something, you pay for those services, and that would include a traffic study. And so I think that's in the number of emails back and forth with them that you've had.
Yeah, but they did not respond as far as it being a conflict of interest for the Haven to hire their own traffic consultant as opposed to the town hiring somebody from the state, a more mutual person.
We don't pay for traffic studies for people who want permits.
The zoning does not do that. If the zoning wanted a traffic study?
No, that would not be a good use of taxpayer funds. If you want a permit, you comply with the requests of the quasi judicial board and complete those studies yourself.
Okay, so I have to pay for somebody to do a traffic study. The town won't do it.
The person requesting the permit pays for all of the studies and engineering and drawings and those sorts of things. If somebody wanted to build a 3-story building on their part of property, they would pay for the required studies, drawings, plans, and other information that they need.
So I think also I'm sorry, Marie, the traffic set, that doesn't seem to be the select board's purview, really. That's a different entity. So I don't know how much we can how much information we can really, shed.
Well, that's
on that.
okay. I just thought it had to come here. Can you tell me what the
Okay.
Charter 5 thing is all about there?
Kim, do you have it?
Well, we're going to be accepting applications for an appointment to the Fifth Charter Commission, which is a committee that is a joint committee between the school board and the select board that will review and make recommended updates to the town charter. And so that's what so we'll be discussing that in the next section, I think. And Marie, I wanted to also just comment that the ad hoc committee on emergency shelter is, and Ally can correct me if I'm wrong, they are not voting in any way, shape, or form on anything having to do with the proposed Haven Twin Pines St. Paul's project. That committee is mostly, their charge involves reviewing regulatory obstacles relating to like RV permits. They were exploring encampments, but that ad hoc committee is not really directly related to the Haven project in any way. So any votes that are taking place during that committee are not related to that project.
It's not, doesn't have anything to do with the low barrier shelter and the emergency shelter or anything like that?
Not directly, and certainly not with any votes that they're taking.
Correct, yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Lanny?
Yeah, Maria, again, I'm speaking for myself on this, but when it comes to traffic study, I have to believe that any firm that the Haven would entertain to undertake a traffic study is a professional company out there in the world that would not tarnish their reputation by providing something that was incorrect, because that would definitely tarnish their reputation. So there may be different standards that the Haven wants the traffic study to be conducted under versus what you would like to see it conducted under. But the requirements that they were given to conduct the traffic study would be fair and impartial because they would not want to tarnish their reputation based on an inaccurate study. And as I said, it may not be what you would like to see for an outcome or what you would like to see administered for a study, but I believe it would be a fair and impartial one. Like that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lanny. And Maria, we can continue to encourage you to email us and to reach out to us with any concerns that you have.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we will go to appointments. Number 3, we have a couple of reappointments first. One is considering the reappointment of Susanna Betty to the Hartford Historical Preservation Commission for a 3-year term. And the second is to consider the reappointment of Chris Lowe to the Hartford Zoning Board of Abatement for a 3-year term. So I'm generally, people who are reappointed aren't necessarily required to be here in person. I'm happy to entertain any discussion about the candidates. We can start with Suzanne first, or I can entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move.
Yes, Rocket.
To reappoint Susanna Betty to the Hartford Historical Preservation Commission for a 3-year term beginning March 22nd, 2022 and ending March 21st, 2025.
All right, do I have a second? Dan will second. All right, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Looks like we're unanimous on that one. Thank you. And the second appointment, Chris Lowe to the Hartford Zoning Board of Abatement. Happy to take a motion or entertain discussion. Dan?
I'll make a motion to consider reappointment of Chris Lowe to the Hartford Zoning Board of Abatement for a 3-year term beginning March 22nd, 2022 and ending March 21st, 2025.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ally will second. All right, any discussion?
Sir,
Lanny?
I'm going to recuse myself from this because I am the liaison to the Zoning Board of Adjustment. So I'm going to recuse myself from this.
All right. Kim?
But just for future reference, I don't think that's necessary. But the motion should be to reappoint, not to consider the reappointment. Just
Oh,
the
sorry. Thank you.
semantics, but
Okay,
so
you got that, Lana?
move to reappoint.
Okay. All right.
You
good.
okay with that friendly amendment, whoever seconded it? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Kim.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And we have one abstention from Lanny. All right, that's the reappointments. So we're going to get to the appointments now. Your packets show 4 potential appointments. Jerry Williams has withdrawn her name from consideration. It's still on the agenda given the time that she did it. So it looks like we're going to consider the appointment. This is for the Hartford 5th Charter Commission. we'll consider the appointments of Lynn Bohai, Simon Dennis, and FX Flynn. So, and if Lynn and Simon are both here, I think FX might be on Zoom, but Lynn, if you'd like to start, if you'd like to come up and tell us your interest in the committee, that would be great.
Except for Simon, I can tell. Lynn Bohai, former state representative from Hartford for quite a while. And two of the committees I was on actually looked at charters. So back in 2008, when we started this process, I was a little too new to, I was a little too close to the charter to want to be involved on something that I was then going to have to vote on, at talking about the neutral person that we just, that discussion. But I have some notes on the 6 things that are different from, okay, let me back up. Normally towns follow the rules in the green books. Mike knows what that means. Rocket, you know what that means.
I do not.
The state statutes, the laws of the state of Vermont. When towns do a charter of their own, they want to change something. They want to do something that's different from the regular rules. So in terms of a select board, the state rules are 3 or 5. We wanted 7. So you have to have a charter to make that change legally. There were several other things like that we wanted to do differently. And that's why the charter was drawn up in the first place. I'm sure since 2008 that I know that obviously if this is the 5th, 2008 was the 1st. So there have been changes, and I have, at the time that they were being proposed, followed them. But it seems time for me to, I'm far enough away from the legislature now that it's time for me to look at a charter again. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay.
Questions of this candidate?
Oh, okay, Lynn, if you can answer a couple questions from Laney.
Sorry. And I don't know if anybody else had questions. No? Okay. Sorry, I'm going to take the stage here. So Lynn, I have just a couple of questions. I'm going to ask Simon the same ones. So I'll be impartial. So what areas of particular interest do you see in need of improvement within our charter?
I had heard that several select board members, I don't have any. I had heard that several select board members or former select board members have some areas of interest that they would like to have changed. I know one of the past charter changes was it's something to do with like notice and anyway, they're little technical things that probably need to be changed. I don't know what they are, and I don't have any of my own.
Okay, and you're familiar with the charter, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So section 123A 103 under particular powers, it reads, in addition to powers otherwise conferred upon it by law, town is for the purpose of promoting the public health, safety, welfare, and convenience authorized to adopt and enforce ordinances, rules, and regulations concerning any matter or activity permitted by general law. And it includes a whole bunch of ones that go beyond that. What do you see as this statement as to the way the town is operating today, as far as the rules and regulations and adopting and enforcing? Do you feel there's a need for improvement of that section within the town?
I can't answer that.
Lanny, can you rephrase that question?
Yeah,
'Cause
I
didn't
have to
understand
think about it some
to be
more.
honest.
Well, it states, I'm just wondering if that section needs to be tweaked.
Oh.
There was a lot of
the section, Lanny, could you
in
tell us again?
123A 103 under particular powers.
I don't think it is.
What page is this, Laney?
It's on page, it's the first page of the charter.
That's a toughie.
Yeah, some of the, well, I mean, there's a lot of areas of the 5th charter, the 4th charter committee left to be tweaked, and I didn't know if this is one of the areas that, and I'm going to ask Simon the same question, so it's not going to be an unfair question. So
Kim, do you want to comment while we're waiting?
If it's okay, just kind of dovetails a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
I think that is a perfectly appropriate question to ask the applicants on what their opinions are. I also do have like a bunch of notes that I hope we will, as select board members, have the opportunity to just submit to the committee, maybe through the liaison or whatever, to say, hey, here are some things you might want to look at as potential revisions. So I guess I mentioned that because I hope we will have the opportunity to also just make recommendations. The committee can do whatever they're going to do and then propose back to us and then us to the state. But I won't share those detailed ones now unless they apply to the application process.
As I said, I'm going to ask Mr. Dunst the same question. So it's a fair, I believe it to be a fair and impartial question. So-
Lanny, having now in front of my eyes, my guess is, and I'm gonna have to go research it, that this is standard language from the green books.
Okay.
One of the frustrations that I had in particular in the beginning was that, as I said, you want to do something different from what is in the green books. And a whole lot of the green book language was in the first charter. It wasn't just they left out electing a town treasurer, as I said, and then as I said, the 7-member select board, so which is not in the green books.
So you would say redundancy, there's quite a bit of redundancy.
Absolutely.
Okay,
And
that's fair.
one of the people that I've talked to about this, that was one of the problems that person had.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, like I said, we're just gonna give every candidate a chance to discuss before we go into executive session. So Simon, if you want to come up and.
And FX is.
Okay, that's good.
Hello, everybody. My name's Simon Dennis, and I live in White River Junction. It's nice to see the new select board in action. It's also nice to see a lot of people who've have a long history of being involved with municipal governance, stepping up to be involved with committees. Lynn and FX among them. Suzanne and Chris also. It's great to see them coming forward. So I took an interest when I came onto the select board. That was when the first charter revision committee was submitting their work to the select board. Then that work went on to the townspeople and was voted in. Second charter revision committee, I wasn't too focused on. I was young in my select board career. Third one I was on, and the fourth one I chaired. I may have chaired the third one also. I'm having trouble remembering, but in any case, I found that to be a very rewarding experience. And I developed the opinion. The thing that made me want to step forward is during that time, I developed the opinion about something to do with process. So I have an interest with regards to the process of the functioning of the Charter Revision Committee, which is to say that I think that every amendment to the existing charter that comes to you all needs to have a vote of the Charter Revision Committee, or what we're calling the Charter Committee, to back up that amendment and articulate it. And we did it in the fourth Charter Commission. We did it kind of half and half. Partway through our time, we started to adhere to that particular approach to charter revision. And I found that it really clarified the will of the committee, so that when you get it, that it's not some scribe or something like that making amendments or whatever it is. So I think that that's a really important point to keep going with. I don't come onto this committee with any particular agenda. I don't have any radical amendments to the charter to bring forward, but I do have memory of the recommendations that spilled over from the third onto the fourth, and from the fourth onto the fifth. These are sort of the kind of a backlog of changes that we couldn't quite get to. And these are things that actually the fourth Charter Commission had additional things that they felt would be really good to change, but we just didn't really have time to work through it. And what Lanny recommends and Lynn responded to with regards to duplication with state statute was one of them. That's a pretty interesting piece of work, because we hired Attorney Paul Giuliani to identify all those areas of duplication. The town manager did at that time, the town did at that time. upon the recommendation of the charter committee. And we got back a red line version with every word of duplication. And we got into deep philosophical discussion about whether or not some duplication was okay or not. Since that time, and at that time I was somewhat agnostic about the pros and cons of duplication, but since that time I've become increasingly aware of the benefits of a nice, short, crisp charter. And of course, the point of a charter is to deviate from state statute. And so duplication is probably not advantageous. So I think that we could probably make short work of that aspect by means of picking up what Juliana laid down. He is certainly very kind of well qualified to take on that task. So anyway, any questions? I'm happy to.
Simon, did the fourth charter commission result in any changes to the charter that actually got up and through in Montpelier?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yes, they
okay.
did. All of them were mostly clerical in nature. There was one very, very interesting change that took place that has been affecting the way the town operates, that I think I would be in favor of the committee asking the board to revisit that particular amendment.
Which was that?
So we had kind of an alteration to the way the town holds town meeting. You remember from the town meeting cycle, there is we have the, leading up to the election, there's this period where the town reviews all of the major items on the ballot. Someone will give a presentation regarding the budget, someone giving a presentation regarding other major ballot amendments. And there's one aspect of the town meeting that was the one that's most closely just before the election day, where the charter limited discussion exclusively to 2 or 3 things. And I think it was stipend of elected officials and maybe one other thing or whatever. So in other words, it was excluding any of the other kinds of discussions that we remember holding in past years. Yeah, after thinking that over, I came to wonder if then maybe it would be nice to return to the tradition of open discussion on issues that the town felt that we wanted to have an open forum, get 200, 300, 400 people in the room together and kind of hash it out as a town on certain topics. I think that that's part of ethic of Vermont municipal community gathering, that type of thing. So I'm interested in that particular discussion. Yeah.
Questions? Rocket?
Yeah, I have a question. So Simon, I'm Rocket.
It's nice to meet you.
Yeah. You have amongst a certain group in town, a great, wonderful reputation, and with a certain group in town, I think you've burned some trust with some of the housing shelters that you've done. And my understanding is they were in violation of zoning. And I was just wondering if you could address that. I mean, I know you and I haven't had the chance to speak personally, so I apologize. I have to do this in the public forum, but I also think that it would be useful to have it in a transparent conversation.
Yeah, I think I do agree that some of the activities that I've been involved with in the past, also some of the my time on the select board going back 9 years or whatever, has created an issue in that regard. I do not foresee this particular charter amendment having anything to do with issues pertaining to the unhoused. And I think that my reason for just stepping forward was because of the benefit of somebody who has process knowledge, historical knowledge of the endeavor, and has been thinking over our charter for an extended period of time. And so I think that I can be of service to the process and service to the town. So for those reasons, I kind of overcame my initial resistance of, is there's going to be some potential damage to the process based on controversy? But I don't foresee that. So
May I ask a follow-up?
Of course.
Okay. So I would say personally, I mean, having such limited interaction with you here, I really like the way you speak about it. And I think that I agree with you about the assets that you bring with the experience perspective. And I can definitely relate in the sense of your perspective changing over time with experience and reflection. I think one feeling of tension that I have right here at the table is that if it was just a private vote, then I personally would be willing to take the risk with you. as somebody who was elected to represent the community, I have heard a lot of voice of concern. And I wonder if it was, from my understanding of it, is that it's not really the actions, but it's more of the perception of you as a town leader and then violating rules that you were sort of charged to help make and to enforce. Is that your interpretation of it too, or am I reading it wrong? And I don't know if you can address that for, not just for myself, but people maybe at home listening.
Yeah, can you say again, Rocket, what was my interpretation? What were you asking?
So my
me exactly?
interpretation is that people seem more upset, not by the actual building of the houses, let's say, for the unhoused. Actually, people seem really empathetic towards that mission, but rather that you were charged in previous role on the select board, and as people perceive you as a town leader, elected or not, and so within that role of violating zoning rules that you were, for example, in the position of select board, charged with helping maintain. So it's more that violation of the trust than the action itself or the mission itself.
Yeah, I think, I mean, one thing I'd say in that regard is that I think that if we all looked at our town's policy with regards to encampments, we could easily come to the conclusion that we are operating within in a way which is not just at the moment. And the reason I say that is because we are in a process of criminalizing a situation which is created by means of systemic factors. In other words, created inevitably by means of the way our system operates. It also increases breakdown of public safety, public health, and also a great deal of safety for the people involved. So at that time, I stepped forward in the spirit of civil disobedience to bring attention to that particular aspect of the way that our town has been operating. It did bring quite a bit of daylight to it, and moving forward, I think we have some potential solutions that we can implement. So with regards to, you may say that to engage in that way is a deviation of correct process, but I would just remind you that our country is founded on civil disobedience, and we have advanced every step of the way due to civil disobedience, where we have situations of abject injustice, which is certainly what we have right now in this regard. So I think that history will bear me out, and the day will come when many in this room and others will thank me for the approach that I've taken. I have been transparent in it, and I stand by it. The idea that it would be used in some regard to preclude me from subsequent engagement with the town would be a terrible shame and a loss, frankly.
Thank you.
Lenny?
Yeah, anybody else? Okay, so I'm going to ask you the same questions to ask Lynn. So you answered the question that you said that didn't think there was any particular interest within the charter that you needed improvement, but in regards to particular powers, do you think that section needs to be tweaked? Or do you think that's in line with state statutes?
I apologize. I know that you did go over it in some detail with.
I'll read it again.
As to exactly what your question was, but you could just.
Yeah, in addition to powers otherwise conferred upon it by law, the town is, for the purpose of promoting the public health, safety, welfare, and convenience, authorized to adopt and enforce ordinances, rules, and regulations concerning any matter or activity permitted by general law, including, and it has a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah, Lynn's right that is an area of duplication with state statute.
Okay.
And so my approach to that particular aspect of the charter would be to eliminate it insofar as it's not functioning in the charter. And unless I'm very much mistaken, but I do kind of remember aspect of state statute which does cover that.
So do you see that applying to the town as a whole?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right.
Is that section the one that just gives us the power to adopt ordinances?
Yeah,
I mean,
powers.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I don't know.
So it's this is part of the discussion about whether or not the charter benefits from duplication of state statute, and that'll be a big topic.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Ken?
So ethics is on, but he lowered his hand unless.
I have a last comment before we move on to FS. That's
Okay, that's all
Okay,
right.
we also have a public hand up.
Oh, good. I'm happy
No,
to-
Rocky, you go and then we'll get to the public. hearing.
Yeah, so Simon, I want to say that I think you make a great point. I'm just like digesting what you said. So I would say that I'm not sure that I agree personally with your solution to this, but I do find myself appreciating the courage of making an act of civil disobedience and having the courage to sort of stand by the decision to make a statement. I do think that is something that is uniquely American and powerful to us. I think my feeling here is that you seem like completely qualified to serve on this charter committee, and I will want to voice my support of that. But I also do want to make clear to you that there are people in town that do feel, I won't speak for them really, but they feel like their trust has been betrayed by that act of civil disobedience. And so I just want it to be known to you that the process, the statement of that which you've made has created a little bit of that friction in the community that, yes, maybe history over time will judge in your favor. But I ask that you just sort of keep that in mind in consideration on the charter committee as representing that concern in the community as well. Thank you for your thoughts.
Yeah, I think we have a public comment.
Yeah, Cedar, can you bring Kathy Melisek over?
Mr. Chair, should I stay where I am?
Oh, yes. of course.
Hi, this is Kathy Melisek, pardon me, from Wilder, Vermont.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi, I am uncomfortable with what Rocket, I'd normally say Mr. Rocket, said in his questioning of Mr. Dennis, regardless of my position on the work that various people have done regarding homelessness in the area. I don't think it was appropriate to denigrate Mr. Dennis's application for the Charter Commission by bringing up things like, I won't speak for them, and then doing exactly that. There seems to be an increasing amount of that happening in the town. And I think if Mr. Dennis is applying to be a member of the Charter Commission and has a good history of working with them and volunteering to serve the town, I have to say I'm extremely uncomfortable with that line of questioning and assumption that Rocket did toward Mr. Dennis. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Can I respond?
Rocket, yes, you may respond.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment. When I say I don't want to speak for them, I mean, what I'm trying to do is paraphrase my interpretation of what I've heard. Because obviously the way people in this town tend to speak about each other behind closed doors is not always the kindest. And so I want to try and reinterpret what I've been communicated to and what I've heard politely without putting words in someone else's mouth. And I just feel like my role here, I'm doing my best to just sort of balance the different needs of this community. And I know that, for me, like I said, personally, privately, if it was just me, then I would definitely be in support. And I just want to express the reservations that I've heard communicated to me through the citizenry. So.
And I would, if I could follow up, I would say that the people in the community are plenty able to speak for themselves. I would say that they don't need to have a reinterpretation of what they may be saying behind closed doors. And I think that's the whole purpose of having public, transparent meetings. And thank you again for your follow-up, Rocket.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yeah, if I may respond as well.
Yep, Simon.
I appreciate the sentiment that Kathy's bringing forward, but I also do appreciate what Rocket has given voice to, and I think it's important to be able to speak in a transparent way about, particularly if there's some kind of underlying sentiment or feeling in the room. I think that's all to the good, and I do recognize that dynamic acutely. In fact, there was a part of me that wondered to myself, should I withdraw this application or whatever? And I ultimately decided against it. But it was, I'm acutely aware of that. And it's only, and I have to say that if I had any intention to support or to advance changes to the charter, which could be linked in some way with that particular set of controversy, or if there was some way in which my hopes for the charter was going to take some massive leaps forward in some way that would make people uncomfortable, I would second guess my ability to be helpful in this regard. I don't, and so that's why it is that I just think that those particular, and it will be scrutinized. I'm aware of that, and that's all to the good. So I'm, that's why I do think that on balance, my presence is more helpful than negative in that regard. So that's why I said.
Thank you, Simon. Can we bring?
There's another public canvas.
Okay, let's hear it.
Mingus. It is normal to take public comment for application process. Is that right? It's kind of-
We just took one from.
Yeah, I know,
I
right?
feel like
We already
Oh,
broke the
wait, oh,
mold,
the hand
so
went back down.
we already
So,
broke the mold.
sorry, the hand went back down. And I did email FX just to make sure if he wanted to speak, he could.
Okay. Is he on or?
He is on.
Okay, well, if we could bring FX over,
I guess
that'd be great. Thank you, Simon.
So FX, here he goes.
All right,
Hi, all.
FX, whatever you're ready. Hello, FX.
How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Hey, am I allowed to share my video? I guess not.
I don't know if that's possible.
I don't think it's appropriate to have a video. I mean, well, yeah. I mean,
No,
if
no,
he's-
no.
his own-
Yeah, here we go. Here we go.
If we move him to a panelist, he can share his screen.
I guess what's the video?
No,
He just wants to.
Oh, he just wants his
himself.
face.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Hey, okay.
Hey, all right.
Now we can get face to face. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be considered to serve on this iteration of the Charter Committee. I've served on the last two, and I think you all know I've been a JP for over 20 years. I served on the Select Board for 2 years as vice chair, and I also chaired the Town and School Meeting Committee for about 6 years. And the documents that you have that lay out the timing and the scheduling and so forth on that is the result of the work of that like original Town and School Meeting Committee. Like Simon, I bring a lot of memory and recollection as to the process. I've also retained all of the documents that were generated during the charter process. So in some ways, for this committee, I would be able to provide some background and understanding of why certain decisions were made. It's also true that I was close, I wouldn't say friends, but I certainly was very familiar with the thinking of Bruce McDonald, who chaired the first charter committee. Didn't agree with a lot of the things that he brought in, but I do understand how that first committee got to certain decisions that they made. There were a very large number of people on that committee, and they spent a lot of time hashing out questions like, to what extent should the charter be able to be read by a citizen of the town of Hartford who would then understand what the basic law of the town of Hartford was. And so that's one of the reasons why the section that Lanny asks about is in the charter word for word out of state statute. It's so that a citizen in Hartford doesn't have to read both the charter and the basic law of the state of Vermont in order to understand the fundamental law of the town of Hartford. And it's true, I think, that for those of us who are on the select board or the town clerk or the town manager, it would definitely be easier and clearer to have a charter that only had the exceptions. But that may not necessarily be true for the citizenry. And, this is a matter of significant debate in the first Charter Commission. It's one of the reasons why the charter is the way it is. So I do bring perspective not only from the last 2 or 3 formal charters, but also a pretty deep understanding of what the intent was from the first Charter Commission. It's also true that over the course of the last decade, I've gotten a substantial education about municipal law in the state of Vermont. And now, I am now the chair of the governing board of a municipality in the state of Vermont, the East Central Vermont Telecommunications District. And we are a municipality the same way the town of Hartford is. The town of Hartford is a member of that municipality. And it's been an education really across the board, participating in the charter committee and then, being involved with EC Fiber for the last decade. I would say that, there are some, misunderstandings. I think that, Simon's comment about the charter limiting discussion on town meeting day is one of those misunderstandings. The only thing the charter has done is to move the voting on all motions except for not limited discussion on town meeting day. On town meeting day, there is absolutely no reason. Pause for a second. Sorry, I think I might have glitched for a moment there.
Yep.
On town meeting day, there really is no limit to discussion in any way, shape, or form, because on the item to receive the reports of the town, every single thing that is in the book, the budget, every item that's going to be voted on Tuesday, every report from every town committee, every report from every charitable organization, all of that is subject to discussion during the first item at town meeting. What is not available at town meeting anymore is to vote on items on the warrant. And that goes back to the reason why the very first charter committee was formed, was because people felt that it was unfair that the 200 to 400 people who would show up to sit in the gym essentially got to vote on the budget, got to vote on all of the warrant items. People wanted to be able to go to the polls and vote. So, we tried to preserve, or the attempt was to try to preserve town meeting government, but have the voting to be more like city government. So that's really the tension that exists right now in our form of local government. Anyway, I'll throw it open to questions.
Any questions for ethics?
Yeah, I think it's only fair to ask.
So, yep, Lanny.
So, it's just under fair. So, in fact, I got to ask you the same questions I asked Lynn and Simon. Do you feel there's any particular areas of the charter that need improvement?
Yeah, I'll give you one. It's pretty technical and it's pretty obscure, but the first charter commission set the number of signatures that you would need to get something in front of town meeting at a fixed number. But in state law, there are various requirements for 5% or 10%. And the way that the charter has been interpreted is that essentially there's nothing that you can petition for on the basis of what's in the charter, because it's not stated as it's stated in Vermont law. Now, I've talked to Paul Giuliani about this, and he's like, oh, that's an easy fix. You just say anywhere in state law where there's a requirement for 5%, the number will be X, and any place in the state law where it's 10%, the number will be X. And then in that way, the intent of the original Charter Commission was they didn't want to have like 5% and 10% because they understood that because of where Hartford is and because the large number of people who move in and out over a period of a few years and because of the rules about taking people off the checklist, we're always going to have a checklist that has 8,000 or 9,000 people on it when in fact there are only about 5,000 or 6,000 voters. So there's an artificially high barrier to petitions if you use state law, whereas in the charter you can just say, okay, look, we understand what the situation is in Hartford, so we can just set it at at a fixed number, and then it becomes easier for folks to understand and proceed. But that's a relatively minor thing.
Okay. And you did answer the question about the particular powers. You stated
Pardon
that was boilerplate. You did answer the question about the particular powers
Yeah,
being
that's
now it's in
boilerplate.
state statutes. So
Yeah,
okay,
boilerplate.
that's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions for FX? All right, FX, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lynn, did you have a comment?
Actually, it's detailed questions. So if some number of the three of us get appointed, are we gonna get comments from you about what you would like to see changed in the charter? Are we gonna get okay.
I think so.
And also, I would love to have the time frame. I mean, I can work it out from the legislature, but there's particular timeframes. And are we going to have, who's gonna be the secretary? Who's gonna post the minutes? That's and we may not know that yet.
Yep, we may not know that yet. Lenny?
Yeah, Lynn, I'm the person from the select board that's going to be on this team with you guys, and we're basically, I think we would vote on that at the time, who's going to be the chairman or the secretary of the committee when we get into those discussions.
Okay, so we're not
So-
gonna have a town staff person.
We have not considered that.
Okay.
No. So we're going to have to take our own minutes in that
Okay.
meeting. So,
Yep.
thank you.
FX, you had a comment as well?
Yeah, I think that I do recommend that the town plan on providing support for doing minutes because that is a difficult and thankless task that involves hours and hours and hours. Better off
Right.
that the town supply somebody who can be a scribe and deliver the minutes for us, or allow the committee to have an expense budget where we can record the meetings and then have the minutes generated. That's what we do at EC Fiber. Our clerk does not actually produce our minutes because we have, I guess, 5 different committees plus the governing board. And so all of that is we record, we send that off, they generate transcripts, they work the transcripts into meeting minutes, and then the clerk of the district issues them. And we spend money on it. So I certainly hope that the Charter Commission has some kind of budget for that, whether I'm on it or not.
Mr. Chairman, can I comment on that?
Yes, you
Yeah,
may.
yeah, Mr. Flynn, I thank you for that, and I think that we'll take that under advisement for later discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lanny. Lynn?
Those of me who is a clerk for a town commission, seconds FX's
Okay.
It does take time.
Yeah, no, thank you. All right.
Well,
It's not affects Lynn.
Does he know that?
Okay, we've got one hand up from a phone number.
Peter,
Bring
can
that
you
person over.
allow the 2077?
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, Mike, sorry.
Yep, Lenny.
Yeah, FX, I'm sorry. If you heard me laughing, or just chuckling, because I know a lot of Deslate does not really want to be in this secretary role, because I can see that written all over her face. So that's why I was chuckling. It was
Okay,
not
the-
at you.
the next
My
person is
apologies.
ready,
Oh, no, I
Okay, guys,
I
we've
got
got
that.
Okay.
I was able
Got-
to, I was able to pick
Sorry.
up on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Okay, we've got a public comment.
Okay, go ahead with the number ending 2077.
Hi, my name is Doris Valandri, and I live in Wilder. I had purchased a home a couple of years ago out here alongside the railroad property. And I would like to just add a couple of comments in reference to Simon Dennis applying for the Charter 5 committee position. First, I'd like to say thank you, Rocket, for adding in those couple of comments from concerned citizens, from what you've heard alongside people in the town. Being one as a concerned citizen, and what I've actually witnessed and had a few dealings with myself personally, being a homeowner, and had some people actually encroaching on my property with tents and whatnot, and have witnessed huts around the town of Hartford being kind of just dropped in different locations without permits. And unfortunately, shame on the town of Hartford for allowing this to happen. I don't think personally he's a good candidate to be even allowed to be on that committee. For seeing the past couple of years what's been going on in this town, had I known that this type of stuff would be allowed, I wouldn't have never even purchased a home in this town. Allowing the type of activity that's been going on and allowing him to enable this type of behavior, having several people encroaching on people's private property alongside the railroad property. And I don't know if most recently people have seen, they've even been posting things, how it's against the law, it's illegal. And he's been a big part of all of this. And I just don't think it's a candidate that should be even allowed to even apply for such a position within our town government. And again, I'd like to thank Rocket for bringing up this type of concern to a lot of the citizens in this town, where he's been in quite a bit of involvement with this type of behavior, and how that would impact some of the decisions that would be made on this charter committee. And I've had quite the impact of this being a homeowner, and some of them encroaching onto my property alongside of these railroad tracks. And the fact that the town has had to pick up expenses of trash and rubbish that's been left behind, or removal of some of these huts and whatnot that he's been involved with, and being dropped alongside of private property or railroad property.
All right, well, thank you for your comment.
May I respond to that? Because I was mentioned several times.
Excuse me?
Yes.
I'll keep it brief. I just wanted to respond to that briefly because my name was mentioned a couple of times. I understand what you're saying, and was certainly trying to give voice to that. The reason why I will vote in support of Simon is because I think that I would like to think of the Charter Committee as a distinct initiative. I disagree with you respectfully that someone doing something or taking action in one respect of their life that might be disagreeable to you, to me, to any number of people, would disqualify them from serving our community in other capacities. From everything I've heard from Simon tonight, I say for myself, well, I'd like to give you, Simon, that chance. I do think that he has a lot of qualifications with respect to this committee itself.
I understand that, but this behavior has been continuing along, and it has not stopped, Dan. It still continues to this day, and the town is still responsible. As taxpayers, we are still responsible to pick up the expenses of his mess that he continues to do within this town. And it's not right as a private homeowner to have to worry about who is going to encroach onto their property because of his actions and what he's allowing to allow these people to do on our property. You don't have property you're encroaching on.
Thank you. I think we've got your comments. We understand your concerns. Lanny?
Can I make a motion that we, in accordance with Vermont's open meeting law requirements, I move that select board enter an executive session to discuss the employment, appointment, or evaluation of a public officer under the provisions of Title I, Section 31313 of the Vermont statutes.
We have one more public comment, I think, but I don't know if the motions, if it's been made, if we can have comment or not. Okay.
It hasn't been seconded.
That's
Oh, it
second.
hasn't been seconded. Heidi, yes, if you have a comment, please come up.
I'm sorry, I was waiting for everybody else to get done speaking. Heidi Due to White River Junction, Vermont. I'm gonna try to be respectful, but I am very against Simon Dennis applying for this committee. Simon Dennis sat on our select board. Simon Dennis sat on this charter committee in the past. Simon Dennis has done nothing but break rules, regulations, policies, and violated ordinances. He has built these sheds, huts, and geodomes and placed them on everyone else's properties. He has stored them on his own land. I have pictures, I have videos, I have everything to prove this. I have brought this to you as a board. I've brought this to our zoning and planning commissions. I have bills that our town has paid for cleanup from Prospect Street and South Main Street parking lot. There are still encampments in town, which Ally has also gone and cleaned up some of these huts from behind Riverbank Church on Agency of Transportation property. The people that are still up there on Agency of Transportation property are still continuing to break into All-Star White River Junction LLC's buildings. The people that are residing in Greystone Village retirement homes are still feeling threatened because of the people that are living there. They have started there because they were removed from the hydro plant property off of the railroad tracks where Simon Dennis had his original structures, his little styrofoam building with the metal corrugated roof and his geodome. When I brought this originally to you and you said you couldn't speak, and the next meeting he came here with 5 of his homeless encampment individuals. This is where it all began, people. When they got evicted off of the hydro plant property, they moved up to KG Hartford property on the other side of Greystone's property. That's where we found Mr. Moot's deceased body. When they got evicted the second time there is when they moved to Agency of Transportation property. And where did they go? They moved over there and they had more of Simon's huts over there. I'm sorry, but this man wants to be on a committee where he has done nothing but break the rules, the regulations, the ordinances, and the policies set forth that he wants to take control over again. I don't see how a board or a town can permit a man that only does everything but follow the law. He's not following anything set forth by this town. I am begging you to do the right thing and do what you're doing as a select board member and support the town. Do what the town people want. Uphold the law. Public safety should be number one. Public safety. This man is not upholding that. We are down 2 detectives, 5 officers. Yes, we have 3 in the academy. It's going to take time. We're down a chief, a deputy chief. We don't have the police force. Excuse me, my mouth is dry. We don't have them. The people that we have on the force right now, they're doing an awesome job. I cannot thank them enough. Please do the right thing when you go into executive board. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Do we need another motion or is the landing motion still?
I can second Lanny's motion. It still stands.
What do you think?
I think you're good to go with Lanny's like motion.
Okay, and we got a second
No
for
harm,
Rocket.
no foul.
All right, all those in favor say,
Rocket
Rocket was second.
seconded.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we'll go into executive session.
Mike, do you want me or no?
Yes.
Make sure your laptop is going to go on Zoom, and that's my professional nervousness about bringing laptops in executive session. It is. I'm
All right,
tired.
We gotta wait till, you want to wait till he comes?
Yeah, we'll wait till.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll
We
make
are
the,
good to go.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion to come out,
You'll make the motion.
to come out.
Oh, and whoever has my pretty colored copies of the liquor licenses.
Peter, I'm gonna log back in. Come back.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we return from executive session and open into open meeting.
Nancy's made a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Ally will second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. All right, so it's unanimous. All right, so we're returning from executive session. I'd like to thank everyone who showed up tonight and took the time to meet with us and to talk to us. It was very informative. I think we've all learned quite a bit. We're all very impressive candidates. We've decided at this point to take no action tonight. We still have some questions about the school board appointees, the clarity around when the school board votes and how that interacts with our process. We're also leaving this open in case anyone in the public would like to submit an application that will remain open till March 30th at noon. But we will take this up again at April 5th, our next meeting. The folks who came tonight and took their time and explained their position, everything, do not need to show up again. And we sincerely thank you for all the effort you made to come here today. But as for this meeting, we're not going to make take any action on this tonight, and that'll be done on April 5th. Thank you. All right, so we're back to the town manager's report.
All right, I want to be quick, not because what everybody's doing isn't important, but I do have 3 staff members and we had a pretty robust conversation. So we're running at about 30 behind. You know, a lot of different things going on at the town, as you'll see through my report, and significant activities. One of the things I did want to highlight is mud season is here. It is of epic proportions and we've already had to close some roads. So thank you to Chip Haley and the highway crew. 500 tons of gravel went out onto the roads over this weekend in an attempt to get people in and out. We still had to close sections of Jericho and around in that neighborhood. In case you're wondering how we get to you in an emergency, we do have an ATV or the Gator, as we call it, that works for the fire department in a shed. And it actually has skids as well. So if you have a 911 call and we have closed your road because you cannot get in and out because of mud season, we will actually get to you if we need to. And police actually works with fire to get on that Gator if they need to get to you as well. So don't worry. If you're hearing this and you're thinking, how are they to get to me if my road is closed due to mud? We will get there, come hell or high water in a boat, in an ATV, or whatever we need to do. But luckily we got some freezing weather overnights and they're firming up a little bit. So we're able to get some more work in. But I think the guys are going to be starting at about 4 a.m. tomorrow morning to try to get some of the roads back into condition. Happy to entertain some questions. Otherwise, you know, would love to just get my staff up here and get their items forward.
Ellie?
I did have a quick question, Tracy, about select board training opportunities in here, and that we're looking for training opportunities on effective communication for the board and looking for facilitators. I'm just wondering, as I don't know if we as a board have discussed or had the opportunity to discuss what we might be looking for in those kinds of trainings. Like I know we've talked about, you know, extensively DEI and equity work, which I know is still upcoming, but this is a little bit different. And I don't know that we've had a conversation with this whole board, with the new board members, about what we might be looking for. So I don't know if there's an opportunity for that to be on a forthcoming agenda or.
In the effort of time, I'd love to say, shoot me an email.
Yeah.
So that way, you know, if you have any ideas right now, all trainers and facilitators are in very short supply. So we're just trying to grab whomever, you know, get those names, get that information and see what's out there for training for the select board in terms of, you know, I say effective communication, other catchphrases are nonviolent communication or public meeting education communication. And in this role, so many of you are new. to being in the public eye to learn a little bit more about this to jumpstart off of that select board essentials that VLCT puts out, which tries to talk to all of us. So if you have some ideas about what you'd like that to look like, please email me and Mike and let us know. And we'll just keep looking for people who want to do this work with us over time.
Thanks. Well, no more questions or just Rocket?
Yeah, Tracy, I was just wondering if you could give a quick update, and if not now, then maybe then for the next meeting, on status update of the chief police chief, and then director of public works, and just sort of like where we are with that.
Yeah, you'll see that though the Director of Public Works is open and listed on our website. I can't remember off the top of my head when it closes, probably sometime this month. The International Association of Chiefs of Police is in their final week of conducting confidential stakeholder interviews, and that feeds into the candidate profile. I've done some pretty big updates on the town manager report in terms of where that feeds into, but that's kind of the beginning of when we start getting the word out publicly.
Great. Is there anything we as select board members can do to support in any of those, or just?
Oh, thank you, but no.
Okay. Sounds good.
HR is a little tired, but
sorry.
it's all right.
All right, that's how we will move to the fiscal year 22 mid-year financial update. Looks like that's Gail.
Gail, do you want me to?
If you could share it, that would be great. So good evening, everybody. I'm Gail Ostrad. I'm the finance director. And I think I know all of you. I got the pleasure to meet with Rocket today. I haven't met with Mary yet, but hopefully I'll be able to connect with her. So tonight I'm going to be presenting the second quarter financials of the fiscal year. So we're looking at July 1st through December 31st. And just to remind everybody, you're probably thinking, oh my goodness, we're in March and we're just looking at December. Well, the way that the timing works, we have to wait for the month to close before we start the next month. And with town meeting, we got a little bit behind. So I will be back here again on May 3rd to present the third quarter financials. So we'll get back on the regular schedule that we need to be on. The last time that I was here, we had the board was a little bit different, but we did talk about financial presentation and what would work best for everybody that would be a user-friendly format, and trying to capture something that's high level, because we want you to be at the balcony level, making those bigger decisions, and then allowing the town manager to manage the daily, as we call the weeds. So I'm hopeful that this new presentation format is something that all of you will be able to adapt to. Certainly willing to make changes after we have a little bit of a discussion about it. But I think this is a good format. This keeps you at the balcony level. But it also keeps, I provide the supporting documentation that goes with it. So I'm just not giving you a pretty picture. I'm actually giving you the financial report out of the financial software. So that's the supporting documentation that goes along with it. So with that being said, I know that each of you have taken time to look at it. It's pretty short and pretty. So the new format that we've come up with is green light means no concerns, and that we're within the target where we want to be, because at every quarter we have a target area or a glide path that we want to be at. The second part is the yellow light. Slightly out of the target. There's usually a reason for it, and we can talk about it. The red light obviously gives you a concern and usually requires adjustments. Could be an emergency situation that came up. And so those are the kind of the three formats that we're looking at. And with that being said, we'll just go ahead and start with the general fund. So for the general fund, as of December 31st, we're looking at a glide path of 50%. And currently right now for the FY22 budget, we're at 47%. We have spent 8.2 million of the 17.6 million approved budget. Compared to last year, we had spent 7.9 million at this time of the 17.6
budget. So we were at 45% last year. So as you can see, we're very much in line with where we need to be. Looking at the revenues, let me just back up a little bit with the revenues for the general fund. That is mainly made up of property taxes, and that is billed once a year. We mail it out in July. And so although we're only in December, we're recognizing the full revenue amount because otherwise we'd have to break it out every 12 months. So I just want to make sure that everybody understood where we were at with that, which is why I include the delinquent tax balance, which is at the bottom of it. So just to remind each of you, because I know it's been a couple months since we've been together. So FY22, we've built 15 million of the 17 million. And then compared to FY21, we had billed 15 million compared to the revenue of 17 million. And again, the tax bills are only mailed once a year. As far as the delinquent tax balances goes, the numbers that I have on here, I went back 2 years. So you have this year, February 28th, you have last year, and then 2020. And as you can see, it's grown since 2020. In 2020, we're at 1.3 million. 2021, we're at 1.4 million. And then 2022, we were at 2 million. So keeping in mind, this is a cumulative amount, which is for the past 10 years through the current year that we're in. It can be a little bit scary, but I'd like to just point out last year we turned 1.7 million delinquent in February, and we turned 1.7 million delinquent this year in February. Given the climate that we're in, that doesn't concern me too much. The goal at the end of the fiscal year, meaning when our fiscal year ends in June, the goal is to only turn over 1 million, as close to 1 million as we possibly can. And by doing so allows us to ensure that we have sustainable cash flow. It also maintains our unassigned fund, which is being utilized for the upcoming budget. So that's kind of where I'm at, and from my professional opinion. The next 2 pages do have the supporting documentation, which I don't have any comment on that. But before we move on to the next fund, are there any questions or comments that you would like to talk about in the general fund?
Just to clarify, the revenue amounts include, these are the amounts including tax and non-tax revenue.
That is correct.
Thanks.
So this is for Tracy. Can we turn this off by any chance?
I have no idea how to turn that off. I can push, we're gonna let Jeremy turn it off.
Let him do it. He'll do it with a hammer.
Power button on it, but
I would be willing to push buttons until something happens, but I'm also gonna cede my authority to the interim public works
Do you know
director
how
to
to do it,
push
Jeremy?
buttons until it
I'm
stops.
sorry, Gail. It's just really loud over here.
Oh, Lana also says it's gonna take a minute.
I mean, we get a ladder and press the button, but
Tracy, can you possibly find out why these are so loud? Can you have them look at these?
That's a good question. As soon as I stop sharing my screen, I will shoot off an email and we will
Oh,
see.
thank you so much.
There we go. And maybe Jeremy will teach me how to turn it
Oh,
off.
wow.
I totally,
You guys are getting preferential treatment.
Thank you. That
Yes,
is
literally
world of
at 6
difference.
o'clock, the same question.
Can I?
well, yeah, I mean,
You have a question
these are a
ahead?
weird system. You're right. That was about repair.
Okay, yeah, I have one question, Gail, if you don't mind. The delinquent taxes are, the people that are delinquent for this year, are they on a payment plan, or what percentage of these people are on payment plans?
The majority of them are on payment plans. I personally do not write the payment plans, and I don't want to put Lana or Tracy on the spot, but Tracy is the delinquent tax collector and Lana assists with it. So I don't want to put them on a spot unless, Lana, do you have a rough estimate? Is
Less than 25.
are on payment plans?
Yes.
Okay.
We do not know why.
So less than 25%, Lana has indicated, are on a payment plan. Oh, 25, less than 25 people are on a payment plan.
People tend to wait for that first delinquent notice. We do get a lot of phone calls where people don't realize we only send out one tax bill. So they say, I never got a bill for my second payment. You only get one bill. It has 2 coupons basically on it that you tear off, one for August, one for February. We have a lot of, honestly, no matter what education we do get a good number of phone calls the week after we send out that first delinquent tax bill, where people just didn't realize that they were not getting a second bill, and they didn't look at the first one close enough to realize they were only paying 50% of their tax bill. I think what we do is we send out a bill every 30 days. And so on, when we turned them delinquent, we sent out a little under 700 property letters saying we haven't gotten your tax payment yet. And on mid-March, we sent out 348. So about half of those people actually paid their bill once they realized that they hadn't paid their bill.
It's a little disheartening, discouraging to hear that we only have 25. I know it's not your fault, but I'm just a little discouraging, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you would know the history of that, and you probably would not have any idea what the history is compared to last year in regards to that. But I just like to know what effect COVID had on person's ability to pay taxes this year, if any. And I think that the delinquent taxes is some, I don't know if you agree, is an indicator of that, Gail, or not.
I think the numbers here on this page indicate that we're turning the same amount delinquent that we did last year. We did the 1.7 million. So as far as the actual bills of the current year, and when I'm talking about current year, I'm talking about from July 1st to June 30th. So that's what we're talking about. For the fiscal year, July 1, 2020 through June 30, 2021, at the end of February, we turned 1.7 million. And then now this year we did 1.7 million. So the actual impact on current year remain the same. And which is why my hair is not standing up on the back of my neck, because I thought that everybody did fairly well through COVID. The overall total, as you can see, from 2021 last year to now at 2022 did increase quite a bit, but that includes, as I said, a cumulative, so it goes back 10 years.
No, I understand that.
We do have a lot of, I'm sorry.
No, I understand. I just didn't know if COVID was an effect on the delinquent taxes this year, if it was noticeable within our tax payments that you've seen.
For this year, I don't think it had as much of an impact. And for those individuals who were impacted by it, I take a great pride, and I did a lot of research in reaching out to a lot of different agencies that were providing support to residents. And that included not only just residents who own properties, but residents who rent. And so there are different programs depending on if you're a renter or if you're a homeowner. We did have a significant amount of residents who did take advantage of the programs. They're still taking advantage of them now. VHFA just started their program in January. And like everybody else, it's a little bit slow to get going. But I had several people today that are taking advantage of it. Tracy met with an individual yesterday who's taking advantage of it. So I think it's a little bit slow going. And it takes a little bit of an encouragement in letting people know it's okay. We have these programs available. You need to take advantage of them. And so we just continue to encourage that. The end goal, as I stated earlier, is to make sure that we only turn about 1 million delinquent in June when we end the fiscal year. So we'll see how that works out.
And it's entirely not within your control.
No, it's definitely not.
Right. So, okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Kim?
The expenditures for the 2 quarters, does that include the funds that we took and allocated toward the 23 budget for the unused salaries for police and I think in your department?
So the numbers that are on here, if I understand what you're asking me, Kim, you're asking me if the 8.2 million that's listed here includes the funding that we included for salary savings. No, it does not. What happens with that, because when these were put together, again, this was as of December. So the budget the budget was not approved then. So the next financials that are going to come out will include a budget adjustment. I've actually already made the budget adjustment, so it'll show in the next financials. But until the encumbrance, we're going to approve the encumbrance because we're going to list out all of the items that the board and the voters have agreed upon for the salary savings. We'll approve that encumbrance. And then at the end of the year, when the financial statements are put together, that amount is deducted from the unassigned fund because it's considered committed funding.
Okay, and then, so just for my own clarity, so what we're seeing as this, that, 47% glide path, like those are funds that are being used, but I guess I'll work that one out in my brain.
Yeah, so we've we physically have spent 47%. So we have 3% at the end of this year, at the end of December, that is 3% less the glide path.
Okay. And is that where those saved salaries are gonna come out of?
We're in perfect shape.
Okay, great. That's all I need.
I've already taken care of that.
Awesome.
Are there any other questions on the general fund before we move on to Fund 30? Okay. Oops. Yeah. Sorry. So we're going to talk about the local option tax. I was just joking you all to see if you were paying attention. Even with the new format, I kept the local option tax in here because there's a lot of questions about it and how we're doing. This is a representation of how our local vendors are doing as well. It also includes the voters have approved for certain items to be paid out of the local option tax. And so this is an update as of February 28th. And I understand that I'm presenting the December financials, but I always like to give live up-to-date information on these particular items. So as of the end of February, we are at 450,000. As you can see, the breakdown of for February of this year, we've received 77,000 compared to last year. We had received 45,000, and then in 2020, 86,000. As we move through this year, I will update May, August, and November. In summary, again, as of the end of February, we have 450,000. We have 25,000 in change from the FY22 that the voter had approved, towards the simulcast system lease for the police and fire. That will be paid before we get through the end of this fiscal year. And then we have a few items from the FY23 budget that's been approved by the voters, which includes the cemeteries as well as towards the purchase of an ambulance. Even with those approved items, if we receive no other funding through the local option tax, we still have sufficient funding, and that would bring us down to 106. So as we grow going forward, we'll get future payments in May and August and November. That number would grow, but I just want to reassure each of you and all of the residents that the current balance that we have right now is sufficient to meet the approved voters' expenditures. Any questions on that?
Oh, no questions or comment. I think this is that $77,000 tells me that our businesses in the town of Hartford are still strong, and that's what I really like to see. So it's very good number to see there. So that tells me we're still going strong.
Remember that the there won't be a lot of the South Main Street restaurants can't do outdoor dining this summer, so that'll have just a little bit of.
No, but I mean, it shows me that continue through where we're at, considering what we were at last year, 2021, it shows me that our strength is coming back in our downtown areas well, it's not just the downtown, but it's entire town, but it shows me that Hartford's definitely still coming back strong, and that's important for us to make that known. So, thank you.
All right, now we'll move on to Fund 30. So Fund 30 is the solid waste. It's could be called the most challenging fund that we have. But I'm confident that each of you as the board are making the proper steps to get to where we need to be. For this fiscal year, FY22, we've spent $286,000 of the $952,000 approved budget, which brings us, we're at 30%. Compared to last year, the fiscal year 2021, we had spent $349,000 of the $952,000. We do have a green light there, not any significant concerns. It's a slow going fund, I'll leave it at that. For revenues, we do have a little bit of concern. We have a yellow light here. This is mainly, there's staffing challenges, shortage there. So we got behind on billing, sending out the billing to our commercial clients that we have. I do believe that will fix itself in the next quarter that we have coming. We do have some new staff at DPW that is been doing a great job and spending a lot of time with my department and getting the training that they need. And I know as of this week that we're pretty close to having them all caught up. So that's the nature of the beast sometimes, and we just have to work through that part of it. So the revenues for this year, fiscal year 22 of the 881,000, we've billed 465,000 versus last year. The revenue budget's 922,000 and we were at 499,000. I'm not able to give you an accounts receivable balance at this point. So that's why you have a yellow light there, because the number that we do have, I don't believe would be an accurate number because we had quite a bit of billing that we needed to do. So the next update that I give to you will be an accurate number. And I hope all of you can be okay with that, but I'd rather not give a uncertain number. Again, the next 2 pages following this is the supporting documentation from Unismart. Does anybody have any questions on Fund 30 for the solid waste fund before we move on?
Yeah, not that I want to keep laboring it, but $138,000 is not going to impact the Fund 30 significantly for the cleanup costs that we still have left. 118,000. It will not have that. What impact will it have? It will still bring us, we'll still be within our glide path.
I apologize. I'm not sure. The 118,000 is for which?
For CD.
The discussion from the last
CD
board meeting.
cleanup,
Okay,
yeah,
sorry. Nope, not a problem. So what happened with that is when that was brought to my attention, Tracy and I sat down and we took a look at Fund 30 and we determined that they have not expended as a fund. You're looking at the entire fund. So as you can see, as of December 31st, they had only expended 30% of it, which is well below your glide path of what we're looking at for 50%. Yep. And so when Tracy and I looked at it, even with, I think, February, we did it through February, there was more than sufficient funding as the fund in whole, that they had sufficient funding to cover that. I didn't have any concerns whatsoever when we talked about that.
Okay, thank you.
Now, if it goes well above the 118,000, we'll have to have another discussion, but the 118,000 we're okay with.
What would be well above?
Yeah, that was my question. Thank you.
I mean, we looked at, when I did the numbers, we were looking at 118,000 is what I'm saying. So I can confidently tell you that at the time when we looked at the numbers, the 118,000, the fund had more than sufficient funding to cover it itself. If it goes above and beyond that, we obviously would need to go back and take a look at it and determine, are there areas that we need to not execute, or is there something else that's going on in, at the end of the day, whether it's, Fund 30 or any other enterprise fund, if there is a shortfall, the general fund is responsible for paying for it. So I certainly could give you, I'll be back here in May. I'm not sure what the timeline is for the cleanup of that. But we certainly can revisit that at that point in time.
And I have another question, but it might be more Jeremy question. The appropriations being down, we've had significantly lower hours this last year than in 21 for the solid waste facility. Is that true, or?
I'm not following your question.
Well, the appropriations as far as for salaries, okay, have we cut the number of hours that we're supplying services to residents, the number of days we're open?
Not much since last year.
Since I've been here, we've closed the facility 15 minutes early because staff was doing unpaid overtime to close the facility after 4 p.m. So we're closing it to the public at 3:45. So that way we are not, once we found out that people were doing unpaid overtime, we closed the facility 15 minutes early so they could close and we could pay them appropriately for it. That's the only change since I've been here.
We're still open the same number of days.
That is the only change, the 15 minutes,
Okay.
Tuesday through Saturday, whenever they open to 3:45. That is the only change that we've made since I've been here.
Not to interrupt, but I think where Lanny's going with it is that when the 22 budget was put together, we were transitioning from the solid waste facility being open more than what it was. And so when we approved the budget for the 22 budget, we had not fully transitioned into the reduced hours that we're in now, which makes sense because when you came on, we were still in the 21 budget. So
Okay.
then
Good
when
to
we
know.
started the 22 budget, we actually had reduced hours, hence why this number is not, I wouldn't say significantly lower, but it is lower. And I think that's the time frame. So for Jeremy and I, we've been already there, but it didn't really affect the numbers until we came into the 22. Does that make sense to everybody? Because like
That does answer the question I was
we're
asking.
doing,
Yes.
writing the budget in 21, it doesn't get effective until then. So
That answers my question. So there was a reduction of services from the previous.
there was reduction in services prior to the FY 22 budget starting. However, it was during fiscal year 21,
Right.
which is why the budget, which is why the solid waste fund did not go into the negative in fiscal year 21.
Now it makes complete sense to me. Thank you.
Are we good? Okay.
Sorry.
So we'll move on to Fund 50. Fund 50 is your White River Water. Again, the glide path that we're looking at for 12/30.
You got super loud there, friend.
She just got closer to the mic. It's okay, yeah.
Okay, so I will start over. We're looking at White River Water, which is Fund 50. Again, we're looking at the glide path of 50% as of December 31st. For the appropriations, they have a $1.1 million budget. They've utilized 330,000 of it, which equals 30%. Versus FY 21, they had a 1.1 million budget and they had utilized 898,000, which was 77%. The big difference between 21 and 22, as I've noted here, as of December 31st of 2021, we had included in there $588,000 worth of capital items. And so that's the difference for the project that we had going. If you were to take that out, we're right where we need to be. And then for your FY22, for the revenues, we have another green light here. They have 1.1 million budgeted for revenue. Year to date that's been billed is 702,000 versus fiscal year 21. We had 1.1 million for the revenues. And the year to date for last year at this time was 1 million. And the 1 million includes 493,000 towards loan reimbursement for the capital items, which are noted above in the appropriations. So green light for that one. Moving on to the accounts receivable balance. We have a green light here. For FY22, we have accounts receivable balance of 214,000 and versus 21 of 195,000. It's not concerning to me because the rates did go up. When revenue goes up, obviously you're going to see an increase in accounts receivable. It'd be nice to have net zero all the time, but that's not reality. Questions on Fund 50?
Looks like we're good.
All right, the next two pages were the supporting documentation. Moving along to Fund 55. Again, glide path is 50% at 1231. Fund 55 is your Quechee water. For appropriations, this budget for FY22, they had 472,000 for appropriations. They've expended 216,000. So they've utilized 46% of their budget. Versus last year at this time, they had a budget of 435,000 and they had expended 217,000, so 50%. No concerns there, still within the glide path where we need to be. Revenues, we're at a green light here as well. For FY22, their revenues are 471,000. They've billed 246,000 versus FY21. They had 437,000 for revenue and billed 219,000. Moving down to the accounts receivable, very similar to Fund 50. FY22, 94,000 for our accounts receivable as of 12/31 versus 80,000 in FY21. And again, that's contributed the rates going up, as you can see for the revenue part of it. Questions, concerns?
Okay.
The difference between, oh, wait, I know what I'm looking at. I'm not. I just answered my own question. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay. Well, if you think of it.
Thank you. I was looking at, I was comparing expenses with revenue.
Sure. So the next two pages again are the supporting documentation. And then we're going to move on to Fund 60. Fund 60 is your White River wastewater. We're looking at a glide path of 50%. So for the appropriations for FY22, they have a budget of 2 million. Year to date, they've expended 589,000, which is only 29%. Versus in 2021, they had a budget of 1.8 million and they had expended 860,000. Which was a total of 47% of expenditures. In 2021, the year-to-date expenditures included 302,000. The number seems to be a little bit lower when you're looking at 29% versus the 47%. A lot of the items for Fund 60 and the other enterprise funds, a lot of them are bigger project items. So we're looking at smaller windows. They're also done on timing. There's certain replacement timelines that only happen at certain times of the year. And so I just wanted to let you know that we don't have any concerns there. We have a lot of stuff that's in motion. A lot of stuff that will be coming to you and or has already been executed, as you've seen on the payment manifest. So this number will change significantly when I come back and see you in a couple months. So revenues. Green light here, 1.8 million for budgeted for revenues. They've billed 1.2 million versus last year, 1.8 million for revenues, billed only $1 million. In 2022, that includes 309,000 in loan reimbursements versus last year. At this time, it was 183,000. I only put that in there so you would know that the difference of what was actual for services and then reimbursements, because sometimes that number can look a little bit odd. Accounts receivable, where you have a green light here, FY22, we're at 340,000 versus last year, we were at 324,000. Questions, concerns for?
That's good.
Okay. Again, the next 2 pages is the supporting documentation that went along with it. The last fund that we're going to talk about is Fund 65, and that's your Quechee wastewater. Again, we're looking at a glide path of 50%. For your fiscal year 2022, they had appropriations of 1.3 million budgeted. They've expended 628,000 of it, which equals 48%. Versus last year for 2021, they had a budget of 1.3 million and they had expended 705,000, which was 51%. Definitely both within the glide path, what we were looking at last year and this year. So I'm not overly concerned about this one. Looking at your revenues we have a green light there. So for FY22, we had 1.3 million budgeted for revenues. Year to date that's been billed is 662,000 versus FY21. We had 1.3 million for revenues. Year to date billed last year was 589,000. Moving down to the accounts receivable balance, we have a green light there. FY22, we had a balance of 242,000 versus FY21 of 222,000. Questions, concerns?
Good.
Okay. The Fund 50 is the, trying to get to different places on this stuff here. Fund 50 is the one that we're gonna talk about later with the Scada, the Celtic stuff. And that, again, wouldn't impact this because it's just first and second quarter, but that fund will get switched around a little during third quarter for that.
So yeah, we're looking at every dollar that was spent as of, I'm gonna say
December 31st.
midnight on December 31st, 2021. So whatever we've talked about or spent since then is not reflected in this report.
Okay. I guess I'm just thinking in terms of how it's gonna affect the future glide paths, but that's, I will see that as it comes. Thank you, sorry about that.
Sorry, I just.
So normally what happens, just to touch base on that real quick, Kim, normally what happens is when staff members have items that they're looking for, Jeremy has an item that he's bringing forward to you. We have a discussion about where we're at as of that day. And so I'll run the financials as of that day and then drill down a little bit further. So what line item is it coming from? And we go from there. Is it budgeted? Is it not budgeted? If it's not budgeted, where are you getting the money from? Are we using existing purchase order that we have? Can you repurpose some funds? So even though, these financials that you're looking at in December, or as of December, every item that comes forward that I'm included in, that's what that's the process that I take. I do the drill down, I look at the budget book that all of you get. Is it listed on there? If it's not listed on there, is it an urgent matter? Are you doing something different with it? And make sure that there's sufficient funding to get them through the end of the fiscal year.
I have a question for you towards the board. First off, I love the green light, yellow light system. It's very helpful for me because I have a big learning curve with this. So I appreciate that. But I was wondering if you had any advice for us as board members beyond the outside learning that's already been mentioned tonight. Things that we should be mindful about either in our proceedings or with this presentation.
Sure. Actually, we're gonna talk about that because I go on to the next page, the last page that I have. Yeah, no, yeah, we'll go on to the last page. We're gonna talk about what's next here. And so this is just a list that I had put together because we do have some new board members and we have a lot of moving parts. And actually there's a few more things that should be added on there. Your budgeting 101 that we're hoping to put in May. We have an ambulance write-off that's coming up. And then we have the July tax rate setting and the tax bills that are going out. So those are 4 more items that we'll put on there.
Can I interrupt you before you go on to what's next? I'm sorry, Mike. Just as far as the budget side of things, was there anything within that budget that on any line whatsoever that had a red or an amber light on it that worries you?
Are you talking about individual departments?
Yeah, well, not so much departments, but lines within departments. Is there anything that worries you as far as expenditures that are getting significantly beyond the glide path?
When I take a look, every month, the department heads receive financial statements. They receive a detailed financial statement. They receive them, and Tracy also receives them as well. I meet with each department head and we review them, and I mark off immediately which ones that are outside the glide path. In most cases, it's because of timing, and I'll use memberships for an example. Most memberships are front loaded, so they could be at 75% as of December, but they're really not over budget because we know that everything is front loaded on it. Very similar to when we do the appropriations the nonprofit entity,
Social services.
Thank you. I'm struggling with language here. Appropriations, those are issued in August. So we're only 2 months into the fiscal year. So if you were to look at those line items, they would be at 50% and we shouldn't be at 50%. I wanted to let you know what the process was and how we look at them every month. There is not any item right now that is keeping me up at night that is outside of the glide path that we have. So I'm not saying that that's not going to change by the time that I come back and visit you in May. You may have some red lights up there. But as of right now, as of today, I don't have any concerns that are anything that's there's nothing that is out of the ordinary that we can't accommodate for.
Okay, excellent. Yep. Very good.
So what's next? We do have some new board members. Even if you've been here for the end of last year, you're new now. We have a lot to do. And this is just a rough list that I've put together. This includes, the board staying on track and making sure that you're meeting these deadlines that we have. Tracy needs your support. We need your support. The voters need your support to make sure that we keep everything moving as quickly as we can, but making sure that you're having those meaningful discussions that you really need to have to make the long-term decisions that you make. And I know that Tracy's going to be providing some other dates for you as well, but hopefully all of you can set your schedules. You'll have an idea of what type of workload that we have. And as we get closer to the end of the fiscal year, actually, as we get closer to springtime, you're going to see a lot more contracts coming in. You're going to be seeing a lot more higher payment manifests. And those are things as board members that can be a little bit scary. especially if you haven't seen a 5, 6, $10 million manifest, because the ones you have been seeing have been only maybe $1 million or something. So those are some things for heads up that you should be taking a look at. Also awarding the contracts and making sure that you're checking the language on them, making sure that the procurement policy is being met. We certainly don't want to give anybody a blank check, the opportunity to put the town at risk. So making sure that you're having those conversations, and there's a lot of moving pieces, and I can't stress it enough that, as you can see, we have a lot of work to do, and it's going to take teamwork to do it. And I just looking forward to working with everybody and making sure that we drive that bus in the right direction. And for those of you who have not worked with me, I'm very direct, and I like to stay on track and making sure that we keep stuff done. So
I'm glad you're the coach.
Anyways, I'm not sure if anybody has any questions about what's next, or if you have any other questions for me that I can answer for you. And I guess at the end, I just need kind of a general consensus if you like this format that we have here, or if you have any recommendations that you would like to have changed.
I really like it. I think everyone likes the format quite a bit. I don't know if there are any particular changes we'd want to make, but
Not very convinced about
format.
Kim,
I
though.
appreciate it.
Kim's not very happy about it. I can tell.
I don't not like it. I would just love a little bit more of even like my department or something like that. But this is just fine. This is great. It is, I mean, I very much appreciate just having the glide path stuff, I always like comparing previous years. That has been super valuable. So thank you for that.
Yep. Thank you, Gail.
We good?
I think we're good.
I like it. I mean, I don't know how much more detail you could go into without going into a great amount of detail. That's why I think it's a good format. Yeah, and if we do have higher level questions, Gail has always been very, very approachable about answering anything I've asked. So I'm sure she will continue to be that way.
I think this is a great tradition a great format that we need to start a new tradition with the town of Hartford. And we're keeping the select board at the higher level, and in allowing staff and the town manager to engage on the daily information. And that will allow each of you more time to focus on the bigger projects that we have going on. And I think it's a good route, but I'm certainly willing to add a little bit more detail, but I don't want to add too much because you are seeing the contracts. Again, you're seeing the contracts, you're seeing the payment manifest. You should be taking the time to look at all of them and read them. And then as well as the budgeting process, you have your budget books, and then we're going to start working on CIP, the capital, and the capital improvement plan. We're also going to be doing the climate action plan. So I would rather have you focused on all of the bigger stuff and making sure that we're moving in the right direction. And rest assured, if I have a problem, I will be sitting here and letting you know well in advance that we need to work on something.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
It's 8:40. Can we take a break before? Do people want to take a break?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? We've been sitting a while.
That would be great.
All right, so we'll be back a little after 1:45.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break, Cedar.
Yeah, I didn't make that connection until, yep, that's a good one. That could be, if there was a more competitive campaign season, next round and he runs again, he could like totally milk that.
It's okay, Jeremy.
Strategizing for your campaign.
What campaign?
If you do run again eventually for the select board, you
Did
choose to, yeah, well, we were just, ripping off your name, of course.
Oh,
And Lanny
nice.
brought up Rocket Man by
Elton
Elton John,
John.
so we're like, you could have your campaign like walkout song to that, just a friendly suggestion.
I like that. I'll show you.
All right, everyone, we've had our break. We're feeling refreshed. Our next agenda item is solar projects, preferred site designation. And I believe Dana Clausen, our environmental sustainability coordinator, is with us by Zoom.
I am. Am I on the TV?
You are.
Great. Yes, so I'm here to talk about PV preferred siting. We have a site coming up with Norwood Solar, but I think we're going to have a number of sites in the next couple of years that are going to need this kind of approval. Just to be clear, this is the first step in a site, a large solar system, moving forward with the PUC to get a permit. So at this point, they haven't really done an environmental impact study. There's no economic impact study. There's not even an owner yet. The way it works in Vermont is that systems 15 kilowatts or less, or sorry, systems under 15 kilowatts do not need a preferred site designation. Systems above that from 15 to 150 it's suggested they get one, and there's a financial incentive in what they get paid from Green Mountain Power if they do get preferred siting. And then systems over 150 kilowatts are required to have the preferred site designation. And just to give you some perspective, your regular residential rooftop solar system is probably about 4 to 6 kilowatts. So we're talking about larger systems. To become a preferred site, there's a number of ways. Most of the ways are that it is some kind of land that was either a brownfield site, a rock quarry, a former parking lot, basically a site that in some way the land has very limited use for anything else. A preferred site can also be deemed when it is adjacent to a property that's going to use 50% or more of the electricity being generated. And the other way for a site to be deemed preferred is when you get involved, is when the select board, the planning commission, and the regional planning authority all deem that that site is in line with the town's energy plan. In your packet this week, I put the PUC definitions for preferred sightings. I put the relevant language from the town plan's energy section. Just as a quick overview, the town plan acknowledges that for us to meet our energy goals, about 70% of the sites will need to be these ground-based systems that will require preferred siting. So that's about a total of 297 acres. The site that you're going to be looking at with Norwood Solar in a couple of weeks is going to be right around 3 acres on a 57 acre plot of land. And just to clarify, because there was some back and forth with the Planning Commission, this is being run through the Public Utilities Commission, not the Department of Public Services. So I just want to make sure we're clear in our language that that's what it is. But basically, all that we're being asked is, does this site meet the town's energy plan?
Any questions? Good.
Dina, could you recap the action that the Planning Commission took last night relating to this?
Sure. So the Planning Commission, Norwood Solar has already presented to the Planning Commission. They did so at a regular meeting about a month ago. We held a special meeting a couple of weeks ago where they presented, and then they voted last night to sign the letter deeming this site as preferred.
And then the next step, and we're not authorizing anything like that tonight. That's what happens the next time we see you, if we're going to.
Exactly. So I just wanted to come tonight and clarify what Norwood Solar is going to come before you and ask for. There's no action tonight. Norwood Solar will come and present their plan at the next meeting. or sometime in the future.
And do you know what the timing is like for the, because they also need the support from the Regional Planning Commission?
Correct.
You know when that happens?
I don't know when they've reached out to them, but this is a long process. This is 9 months to a year. So, and after we do send these letters in, we are not the permitting body, but we are party to the permit application, so we can make public comments and things of that nature.
Okay, and they'll implement a number of public outreach kind of sessions so that, because I know during one of the, I think the Planning Commission workshop, I had inquired about, they had mentioned sending letters to abutting property owners, but I wasn't clear on whether or not they actually heard any feedback from those. So I guess, so there will be opportunity for community members to ask questions or comment. Okay, great.
Yes, and that will all happen with the Public Utilities Commission.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Did I miss in here the specific location of where on Christian Street this is? Like an address or anything, or just to give a reference so people, if people ask?
On one document, they've got 0 Christian Street. And then on the other one, they've got more of like a geographical designation.
But that'll come up as it moves forward. People will know where it is on Christian Street.
Yeah, so next week, when they present, or sorry, whenever they present to the select board, you'll get a view shed map showing what we'll be able to see from distance and on all angles.
Thank you.
Dan asked a question I was going to ask it.
So Dana, just one question. So when it comes to actual, siting approval of the building and everything, that's the planning and the Regional Planning Commission, right? We're just designating it as a preferred site, essentially, is the select board.
All that the Planning Commission is doing, the Regional Commission and the Select Board is doing, is deeming it a preferred site. Everything else is handled by the PUC.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Kim?
One hand up when you're ready.
Oh, yeah. If we want to bring over.
Cedar, can you bring Kathy Milisic over? Bring her all the way over to the panel. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Go ahead, Kathy.
Hi, sorry for the confusion. I think I was brought over as a panelist. For the record, I am not on any panel. First of all, I think the two parcels are parcel 9-132 and 9-64, which I think are kind of they're on like I think the west side of Christian Street. Like if you come down Bugby Street toward Christian, I think it's that kind of hill that's in front of you that's not developed. I think. Don't quote me on that. She says publicly in a meeting. My question is, has anybody said that these two parcels are inappropriate for something like housing as far as geology?
That's a great question. I don't know, Dana.
Yeah, my understanding that this land has been tried to be developed. They've tried to develop it several times, and it's just a really steep slope and not really suitable for housing.
Okay, I would love to see, I mean, if anybody is in touch with them before the next meeting, I personally would love to hear someone say why that's not good for housing, because I know we're so short on housing, and that area of Christian Street surrounding those parcels does have housing, like Ozzy's around there, it kind of curves around with some other things. There's a bunch of housing on Bugby Street. So, in the interest of the town plan and kind of keeping development along these kind of already developed areas as a priority, I would like to hear about that very much. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Great question. Lanny?
One of the concerns that I've always had in the past is that we've had a lot of solar panels put up at the expense of trees being cut down in the town of Hartford. And just wondering if you can tell me what sort of defoliation will be taking place on these sites.
That's really more of a Norwich Solar question. So you can ask that for them next week. They've got that data.
Okay. Take it.
Any other discussion, questions from the board?
I just want to clarify that we're voting literally just to designate this land as preferred site so that they can create a proposal to develop it, which would then have to go through several rounds of voting, whether through us or regional planning so forth. Is that correct?
But we're not doing that.
There is no motion on this.
Oh, so it's just.
Yeah.
This is just
It's just to know.
informational.
Yeah.
We'll
They're
have
gonna
Norwich
come.
Solar in next meeting possibly,
Amazing.
and then we'll actually vote on whether it's a preferred site. So if you have questions like that, that's when we can bring them up, and they should have, they'll be able to tell us.
I see. Is there any email or anywhere we should direct questions in advance so they can prepare for them?
I believe they are set for the April 5th meeting, in that we had to give them a date so they could prepare. That would be helpful, I think. And I think that outside parties really do like that when we're upfront with our questions so they can tailor a presentation. You can always email those to me, Mike and Dan, and I put them in a tickler file for upcoming board meetings. So if you're thinking about some things tonight, and you're realizing that Dana's been helpful to solidify some questions for Norwich Solar, who's going to come and actually you're going to make that motion and vote on that motion on the April 5th meeting, then this is a good time for you to have those questions in your thoughts and get them out to us so we can get them to them.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Dana. We appreciate the information.
Thank you.
Right.
All right. So
Thanks, Dana.
next agenda item will be the TIF FY 2021 annual report revision, and Lori Hirschfield is here.
Hi. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a 101 on TIF, those who are new members of the board or may not have had an opportunity since you became a member of the board to actually review what is TIF. So TIF actually is Tax Increment Financing District. And in 2011, the town adopted and then a TIF district. In that TIF district, I don't have a map up there, but generally it includes all of the area that is around Prospect Street, Pine Street, and all the way into the downtown and all the way down to the about up to the Bugby Senior Center, around the block, and then down towards just beyond the Freight House. And that encompasses, and then it goes and includes all the area on a Railroad Row. And then onto Pine Street and Prospect Street. So that's the general area that we're talking about when we talk about the TIF district. And in 2011, that was adopted by the town and subsequently submitted to the state, and the state then approved it. The TIF district enables the town to actually receive within the boundary of that area, any taxes that have been generated by new growth since the TIF district was established in 2011. We received that not only in terms of municipal funds and have it earmarked into a TIF fund, but we also receive state education funds. In both instances, 75% goes into the special TIF fund and 25% goes back into the general fund and the general education fund. That's a program that's been set up. We are among several communities that have that. It's a very good benefit for the town, given that approximately about 66% of the municipal tax bill within that area comes from the education fund. So that's additional bonus of funding not available to the town otherwise without having this. In order to do that, the town had to put together a very comprehensive financing plan and a district redevelopment plan that looked at not only what the public infrastructure improvements are needed in order to help stimulate private investment. And we also needed to put together a financial plan that said we would be able to generate enough new taxes to pay on debt that we would garner in order to do those public infrastructure. And the information, the thing is, but for that private public investment, the public investment is
is generating the interest and the investment from the private sector. And without that, we may not get it at the level that it's being done or at all. And I can tell you from my experience of working on this for over, since 2011, much more actively, once we got over, the Great Recession, that is very much a true factor. People don't come into my office, or now I would say they're coming into the office much more because they know that there is a commitment to make that public infrastructure investment on the part of the town. And those improvements are very much needed. You can see what's going on in South Main Street over the last couple of years in terms of the total reconstruction of that road to upgrade utilities that are well over 100 years old, building a real street along the extension of Courier Street that acted as a driveway for over 100 years, and all the development that's occurring around that. So what we're required as part of that process is to report to the state every year on what our accomplishments have been in comparison to what our expectations of our accomplishments have been. And that's both on the public infrastructure side as well as in terms of the private sector investment. So that's what you have before you is the fiscal FY 2021 report. There is just one adjustment that we have to make to that. I will say that the situation here that is we have a monitoring report that was done for the FY 2020 report done in fiscal year 2021. And then that is supposed to be reported on the FY 2021 report. Because of a variety of circumstances, including COVID and some personal things that occurred in my own life, death of a family member, I was not able to get some of the last little pieces of information necessary when the report was due. And rather than putting us into a situation of not having that submitted in accordance with the statute, I worked things out with the state that they said, fine, not a problem. We can come back at a later date and add that little bit of information. So that's what we are doing at this juncture. So I wanted to just go over that with you. It's fairly straightforward. There were a couple questions that we needed to gather a little extra information on, and that has to do with the reporting of some numbers and how they related to our financial reports. And sometimes things are reported in one report in one way and in another report in a different way. And part of their questions was bringing that together so they can understand how one relates to the other. So our audit, how does that relate to the expenditures that are listed in our report, and how they're asking for it in the report is a little bit different. So I made some clarifications on that. And in the course of that, I discovered that I inadvertently had counted one expenditure on two different lines, and that's the correction that we're doing on this. And so that is the first thing of an expenditure towards the South Main Street, North Main Street, and Gate Street construction project. Simple addition issue that's being corrected. And the second thing is also another level and it was actually on my part of not clearly understanding the question that they were asking me to do was reporting just for the single fiscal year rather than the cumulative to date interest earned. And that's that correction as well. So it's fairly straightforward. And if anybody has any question, either generally on the TIF program or on the report, please let me know.
I had some questions that Lori already answered.
Okay.
I have one. Sorry, I didn't get this to you, Lori, my apologies. On page 131 of the PDF here, under the homestead educational, it says increase or decrease in taxable values, auto calculated, it says homestead education, 28,100 for decrease in taxable values. Can you tell me why? Do you know why that is?
Well, so the valuation goes up and down every year, and they do separate out what the value is. So that's probably the one thing that you're going to see differently. Homestead education is different. So if a property goes from a non-residential to a homestead, it's going to flip that.
Okay.
Also, if there's a slight decrease. So there's a line item, and we have very, very few homestead properties. So even every line item of every parcel that's in the district has a valuation. And if it's changed from one fiscal year to the next, that's recorded. Given that the majority of, and I think it's less than a half a dozen properties that are homestead. So if any one changes in any way, it's going to show up immediately in the net. But you don't see that necessarily. We always have a net positive because of the several hundred properties within the district. The net is still in the positive. So that's really kind of explains it. Okay. That also will explain a little bit also. You may notice that there is a difference in the total taxable values between the ed fund total and the municipal. And that's because for properties that are designated as housing with nonprofits, they receive a state level reduction or credit in terms of their taxable value.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion if you're ready. Or do you have a
Just-
question?
You can just change, where, is it this one?
Yep.
Yeah, this is a 0. Correct, right? It's
Correct.
5.9.
Yes. So there is in the motion, if you'd like to, I can read that for the correction in the motion.
Dan's got it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Good.
I'm ready.
So the select board accepts the changes to the fiscal year 2021 TIF annual report, show the changed FY 2020 expenditures for South Main Street, North Main Street, and Gate Street construction infrastructure, 195,590, and interest earned as 1,904.64.
Second.
Okay, got a second, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, it's unanimous. Thank you, Lori.
You're welcome.
All right, up next, we've got the Wilder Water Treatment Plant, Scada. Scada. Thank you very much.
It's like a skater, but but you're a little bit of Boston in there, so you're like a skater.
So good afternoon or evening, I guess, everybody. I'm Jeremy Delisle, the interim public works director. I'm here to talk about the Hartford water system computer and SCADA upgrade. The Hartford water system uses 3 computers to monitor water quality, pressure, and tank levels. 2 of the computers serve as backup and redundant systems to the primary computer. This ensures that the town water system provides safe drinking water in compliance with strict state regulations. The current computers controlling the Hartford water system date back to 2004 with many repairs and modifications to overcome aging components. The recently retired chief water operator worked to keep the 3 computers operational beyond their normal life expectancy. However, within the past year, these computers have suffered increasing intermittent minor failures and displayed many signs of impending failure. In maintaining these computers for such a long time, the department was able to maintain the original software without upgrades, being Windows 95 and Rockwell RSV32 SCADA software. Both software packages are no longer supported and are vulnerable to unwanted intrusion. In addition, the RSV32 SCADA software is unable to be installed on current versions of Windows. It's too outdated. Typically, software and hardware need to be replaced every 5 to 7 years, not only because of the general useful life of the computers, but because they run all day, every day. So the discussion is the 18-year-old SCADA software can be upgraded to Rockwell's current version of software named Factory Talk by our preferred vendor in this area, Electrical Installations, EII, out of Moultonborough, New Hampshire. They have provided us a competitive proposal to replace the computers, upgrade the software, and provide 1 week of programming and training for the price of $37,900. Rockwell will be implementing an 8.8% price increase on April 30th, 2022, if not ordered before that date. Their quote will be adjusted at that time. We have other bids being meeting with Hellman, ICS on March 28th, 2022 to seek second bid. However, EII comes with the on-site experience and knowledge that other bidders will not possess. This typically translates into a significantly lower bid than vendors who must learn our particular system. The America's Water Infrastructure Act requires all public water systems serving more than 3,300 people to assess its risk and resilience and provide a plan to respond to natural hazards. We are proactively seeking methods to enhance our protection and responses to intrusion or unwanted activities to address this, including obtaining an estimate to provide security cameras at the Wilder treatment plant. Adding cameras to this site will allow us to determine the nature, potential danger of any unwanted intrusion, and to properly respond to protect the public safe drink water. EII has provided an additional bid of $4,100 for the cameras. Moving forward in the future, we will be including schedule upgrades to our Scada system within the enterprise budget, which will result in lower financial impact to any given year. We are also at this time evaluating the White River wastewater Scada system that was installed in 2010 and has a similar useful life for the same upgrade. So the impact is we will be reallocating funding in 50-952-318 earmarked for the eventual replacement of the filter media at the Wilder treatment plant to accommodate this necessary purchase. The filter media is sufficient and has had its useful life extended due to the diligent and quality management of our awesome staff. While there is not direct environmental impact with this expenditure by upgrading these computers, we continue to ensure Hartford meets all regulations for water quality. The recommended motion would be that the select board approve an exception to section 3.6 of the purchasing policy so the town can enter into a contract with the lowest bidder not to exceed $42,000 for the replacement of the Hartford water system, computers, and Scada software.
Great, thank you, Jeremy. Anyone have any questions? Kim?
Sorry. I did have some questions that Tracy answered, and I think, and I'm perfectly satisfied and supportive. I think this is sadly a common story that many of us are familiar with, where you do like updates of it. And my question to Tracy earlier was, aren't we planning for regular computer hardware and software upgrades like continuously? And so, and that, as Tracy said, there's not a general ledger line item specifically for computers, but there is for equipment, which is the 331-50-952-331. And so I guess I'm curious as to why we would, I'm not questioning this project at all. I just want a little process. So why would we use funds from the, what's the other one, 952? Why wouldn't we use funds from that equipment account and use it for the media filter? Like, then are we just putting off the media filters, or is that stuff that is going to be paid with by money that was saved for the computer equipment for next year?
Yeah, I think we have 53 in there for FY23 to upgrade the computers,
Okay.
but they did not follow our timeline of wanting us to replace them in fiscal year 23. So what we're doing is saying, okay, we need to replace these computers. So filter media, are you okay? You're doing fine. We'll deal with you in fiscal year 23 and reallocate that filter media money to pay for the computer system, knowing that we will deal with the filters in FY23 using the money that we were anticipating using for the computers. So we're almost flip-flopping these two projects, knowing that we're down 2 of the 3 computers. So we're running on no redundant systems.
And I'm fully smart. Like, I think if we're running 10-year-old computers anyway, like that's too old, and we should have had money in sooner for that.
Which is why when this came up, we kind of figured out that we were able to flip-flop these 2 projects and take care of this now, and we'll deal with, it was
and then hopefully fund for like in 4 years from now, we'll have money for new computers that we're going to need before the next 10 years.
Yep, and also the hope is to encumber the rest of the filter media into the fiscal year 23. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get 3 filters done and then 3 filters done the following year instead of spanning it out into 3 years. So we have hopes.
It's a no-brainer for me. But and then I just also wanted to note that it seems like this, if I'm not mistaken, is the 3rd time in like a few weeks that we have basically been asked to do an exception of section 3.6 of the procurement policy. So, which I don't recall that happening as frequently in the past. And so and I also appreciate, like, I recognize that the vendor is saying if we wait until April, whatever, it's gonna be 10% more. I mean, again, you know, like what Rocco was pointing out, with these, the increases in service for our solid waste and things like that. I realize that there are, you know, demands that we need to meet, but also I hope that we will get ourselves in a position where we have more of the leverage in those kind of decisions than to have.
So I
someone say,
can
"Well,"
touch on that a little bit.
Yes, please.
Finding a vendor to deal with this program has always been challenging, excuse me. I've been here 17 years and EII is the only one that we've ever dealt with. We researched a lot of it through my years in the water department, trying to find somebody else. Cause you know, when you only have one vendor and you have an emergency, your hands can get tied really quick. Luckily we had one of our wastewater employees, Jeff Lord, reached out to this Hallam for his SCADA proposal. That costed the town money to get the proposal, but that also enlightened us that their proposal was like three to four times more expensive than this one. And that's why I'm even presenting it to you guys. So between the April deadline, which we've had emails upon emails the last 2 days of everything that is skyrocketing, it was in our best judgment that we kind of need to move fast on this one.
It's just getting harder around here. The 3 quotes is great, and RFQs are great, but we're often, it's not just Jeremy and his team down there. Every department is struggling at times for specialty services to find 3 quotes. We also know that a lot of contractors are in demand. So when they hear from the town that we'd love to get a quote for them, they're like, thanks, but no, my pattern is full. My calendar is full. I'm happy working for the private sector because we're a little slower and less nimble than the private sector. So this is not the first one. It's not going to be the last where we cold call people. We try every method we can to get those 3 quotes or to open up different things, and people just aren't excited to you know, put in a quote and see if they get picked. It's a little hard out there.
And with something like this complexity, I mean, it's going to be a charge with it to diagnose everything to make it compatible to their programming. So.
Rocket.
I just had a question. I assume because you're presenting this, you're comfortable with everything in it.
Absolutely.
Including the 1 week of training. I'm just wondering if like more than that would be useful in case someone's sick or whatever.
So EII has always been wicked supportive to us as far as they'll walk us through anything. They've met our staff. They know our chief water operator, Evan Ecker, very well. They're confident with walking us through things on the phone. So when they tell us they're going to give us a week of training, I have no doubts whatsoever that we'll get a full week of training out of it. And it shouldn't take much more than that.
Great, thank you. And also I know you've been here for a long time, so thank you for that. Do you have a question?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. I had a question I asked Tracy and she supplied me with an answer for it. So I'm good with that. I just happened to notice though that, you know, and I'm a little bothered by this, is the proposal for the SCADA that we asked Hallam for. You know, we had to pay $1,100 to get them to give us a proposal for a system. And, you know, it seems ridiculous to me that they're doing that when if we were to actually buy it from them, they would roll that into the cost of it. So I just really bothered by this, but this happened back in January. I mean, that was before you took on the charge here, but
correct.
The proposal was back in January. How come we're waiting till now to?
The proposal wasn't back in January.
The proposal was not.
No, everything kind of falling together and us actually needing to act and move forward would all kind of came together in January. Okay. And so by the time we ended up doing the research, getting EII in and everything else, that's where that timeline is.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. As I say, I just, it, you know, really gets me that you had to pay $1,100. And
well, and just so you're aware, the way the motion reads is for us to award the lowest bidder. So we do have Hallam on the phone ready to commit on the 28th, but Evan's going to research because they haven't provided us a dollar amount that it's going to cost us. So I'm not entirely sure if there's a number that we want to kind of cut it out
not with exceed because of EII. If Hallam comes back way lower, we'll go with the lowest bidder on that one. So, but
I would be careful because I really want to see the training element too, because that's pretty important. When you get into systems that are as complicated as this.
Here's the problem, the
Yeah.
purchasing policy says we really have to go with the lowest bidder unless we have a really good reason. That could be the reason, but we can't just, we'd have to, we have to make sure, we'd have to make a case, and that would probably be a long conversation between me and Jeremy and Evan on if it's worth the extra
As
money.
part of that, can't that be that they don't supply the training that we need to accomplish the duties that
Oh,
we-
totally. If we have
Yeah.
two vendors and one has a way more robust training program
Yeah,
or
it's-
offers something better and it's not too far off, right? Like it's decently comparable. That's something that leadership, we just document that if there's something that we feel strongly about it being a higher quality or going to be more useful and will better support.
I
those
can
sort of
imagine
things.
that
But-
software like this is not, the easiest to learn. The newer software, I mean, what they're running is so
Yeah,
old, but
we
any
just
software
can't,
updates,
we have to do those exceptions on
No,
a
I
case by case basis.
understand, but yeah.
So we're voting on an exception to the purchasing policy. Does that include an exception to accepting the lowest bid? No. So if there's the lowest bid, in fact, is Hallman and the training is different, then we're gonna have to do this have this conversation again.
I think we'll just go with them.
No.
I have the authority. You need to do the exception to 3.6. I have the authority to make an exception when it comes to like comparable things.
To the lowest bid.
We let her have the money, but she chooses who to use with the money that we give her.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
And it's also
Great.
just comparing apples and apples, like if the EII, whatever, what's that, is that what that one's called?
Yep.
Like, if their overall package that they're offering is say $2,000 more, but really what they're offering is more value to the town, then that's a reason that.
At Tracy's discretion. That's great. I just wanted to make sure we weren't gonna have to do
And
this.
technically at 42, you guys we would need to do an RFQ process, which, at that point that takes weeks. So that's also what we're doing tonight is saying, we're not gonna do an RFP for this. We're just gonna pick somebody and fix the computers.
Okay,
That's
great.
what 3.6 is, which I know it's 9:30.
Sure. Lanny, like to make a motion? Do you want to do that?
Go for it.
Okay.
All right.
Motion that select board approve an exception to section 3.6 of the purchasing policy so the town can enter into a contract with the lowest bidder not to exceed $42,000 for the replacement of Hartford Water Systems computers and Scada software.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Sally seconds, all right. All those,
Just quick discussion, I'd love to know how it works out.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
No,
Just
Not a problem
open
at
your
all.
faucet, and you'll know.
all right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, looks like it's unanimous. Thank you very much, Jeremy.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Jeremy.
everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you.
See, Jeremy, I even gave you your first motion.
I appreciate it.
Thanks for filling those big shoes, Jeremy.
So our next agenda item is a proclamation in appreciation of Brad Bale's service. I don't quite know, other than reading it, do we need a motion to like adopt it or?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right,
Let's
I'll read the proclamation and then I'll accept any motion to have the select board adopt it. All right. Proclamation and appreciation of service. Whereas Braden Bale has served the town of Hartford with honor and distinction since 1993. In his time with the Hartford Police Department has worked in patrol, investigative and administrative operations with the highest level of skill and commitment to the citizens of Hartford. And whereas his commitment to excellence in policing includes service as president of the Vermont Police Association and is a graduate of the FBI National Academy. And whereas he's been a valued friend, neighbor, and colleague to the citizens of Hartford for nearly 3 decades and has served and protected them with honor and integrity. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the citizens of the town of Hartford that Braden Bale be given our deepest gratitude and appreciation for 29 years of outstanding service and dedication to the Hartford Police Department and the citizens of Hartford. And furthermore, that this resolution be recorded in the town records. Dated this 22nd day of March, 2022. So that's the proclamation, and I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion
All
to accept this proclamation.
Adopt it.
To adopt this proclamation in appreciation of service of Braden Bale.
Okay, second.
I'll second.
Kim will second. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that is unanimous. All right, wonderful. That brings us to commission reports, and thank you everyone who emailed their commission reports to Lana. That will save her a lot of watching the tape. But I can start down with you, Kim, if you have any updates.
Oh, yeah, let me just pull up here. I had quite a few. Design review committee. It's February 24th. I don't think I reported last meeting, but they are they approved the design application preliminary for the expansion of River Roost Brewery, which is Roost Holdings LLC. Planning Commission held a workshop on March 7th, and they had 3 main topics discussed. Planning Commission's relationship with the Hartford Historical Preservation Committee. The committee wanted more like access to be more advisory to Planning Commission. So they're working on that. The workshop also included some proposed zoning changes in the district around, there's a commercial district around Ballardville Drive to look at a mixed use residential mixed use zoning designation. And then they also had a discussion around the Norwich Technologies preferred site. So that was the workshop. And then Hartford Business Revolving Loan Fund met March 9th, and they always do a general overview of the existing loans. That's all very confidential. They do that in executive session. And they're working on, they've got funds available from various programs. So they're basically working on, they've got materials, they're working on promoting the use of those funds for Hartford businesses. So if there are Hartford businesses that are interested in low interest loans, they're available through the Hartford Revolving Loan Fund. And they're negotiating their contract with Green Mountain Economic Development Corporation. I'll let Ally report on H Quarry, which was March 16th. And then Planning Commission met last night. They elected their new officers. This is the regular meeting, not workshop. They elected their officers. They approved the letter of support for designation of the preferred site from Norwich Technologies. 2 applications for just residential site adjustments, application to add a residential site to a Quechee commercial area, and approve the proposed expansion of the River Roost, that whole building, the preliminary. And then at the end of the meeting, they kind of chimed in because the parking always comes up with any of these approvals. So like with River Roost, there was discussion around parking. And so they're going to plan a soon upcoming workshop with what the Planning Commission's role can be in terms of downtown White River Junction parking, because every time someone comes before them with an application, it becomes the onus is on that business to, because the town hasn't provided parking for everyone. So basically each new business is trying to make their way into the downtown, has to justify where their customers are going to park. So they're going to hopefully do something like another good parking discussion around that.
Dan, do you have any updates?
Yep, Energy Commission will meet on Thursday. We're working on the window dressers program in November, and that will be held at the Wilder Library. So there's a location for that. Tree board met this evening, and they're still looking for a tree warden and people to join their board as well. And they're trying to figure out how to promote the year of the tree.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
No updates from Resilient Hartford. They meet tomorrow. Not much to add about ad hoc committee on emergency shelter. Just the committee still awaiting a legal opinion regarding whether or not rental housing code would apply to recreational vehicles. That was initially brought up by the public health officer, but he has since shared that in an owner occupied RV that's parked on land that's not owned by the occupant, that rental housing code would not apply, but we're still working with the planning department just to get that final confirmation legal opinion on that. And then H Quarry, the committee elected its new officers, which they do kind of every cycle. So Sarah Campbell is now chair, with John Hall as vice chair and Pat Attilio as clerk. The committee has formed a working group to plan this year's Juneteenth celebration. That's going to be scheduled for June 18th, since that's a Saturday, even though Juneteenth is on the 19th. And we were missing our 2 school board liaisons. I think they got pulled into kind of an emergency meeting and weren't able to attend. So the conversation on just continuing the conversation about having student liaisons, high school student liaisons be voting members. That's just a little bit paused and tabled until we can have more solid input from our school board liaisons. And then finally, the committee is just considering the best new home for its anti-racism and DEI resource library. We know that a new town website is coming down the pike, which is very exciting. So that could be, I see Tracy's thumbs up. I'm like, yes. So that could be something to consider as that new website rolls out, and how to have a really solid presence for that resource library.
Thank you, Ally. Rocket, any updates?
Just from sister cities, the committee has a logo contest that will involve local students, and Katie Holich's French class, she's at Hartford High. They have a pen pal project in the works with a class in our sister city, so that's pretty cool. And coincidentally, the classes meet like at the exact same time. They're like 5 hours apart, so it just like works out beautiful.
Excellent. Eleni, do you have any updates?
Yes, I do. Hartford Community Coalition met last Wednesday, and a lot of discussion on possibilities of some of the COVID money being used for community coalition uses that are coming down the pike. Also, some of the Pfizer drug money, I believe it is, from the drug settlements. That's what the Hartford Community Coalition is all about, and that we should definitely funnel some of that money in their direction as well, to be used towards their opioid crisis settlement money. So there was concerns brought up about implementation of the, I'm going to email this stuff to you. So there's concerns brought up about the Cannabis Control Board and the implementation of cannabis sales in Hartford. A lot of concern about that because they are geared towards looking after kids in the community. And the other thing that struck me kind of interesting is that I didn't realize this, but the real big concern now in Hartford about sex trafficking. And it's a concern, and it's on the radar, and to keep out on, and they're trying to get some more concern and people watching what's happening in Hartford among both girls and boys in Hartford. So bear that in mind. And there's going to be a block party on the 15th of June from 5 to 8 p.m. And I've already volunteered to help out, and they'd like to have as many people as they can from the select board. Welcome to attend, and if not, show up. So that's from Hartford Community Coalition. I really enjoy that group. And also had something from the Zoning Board of Adjustment as well. That was on the same night. And Zoning Board of Adjustment had someone's looking for approval for setback waivers and improvements of riparian buffer in Quechee Main Street. They ended up putting that on hold. They were going to do a site visit to make sure that it wasn't interfering with traffic flow. And then up on Galaxy Hill Road in Quechee, I'm not sure if you guys know where that's at, but there's a planned development up there, Red Barn Road Planned Development Community, and Galaxy Hill Road is off of Red Barn Road. And there's quite a few house sites up there, and they were looking for industrial use permits to move some dirt and fill so they could improve their sites for their houses and for their driveways. And that'll be it, sir.
All right, thank you, Lanny. I've got a cast meeting tomorrow, Climate Action Steering Team, but I don't really have any other updates. So we'll move to the consent agenda. We'll take a motion. Kim?
And I sent some proposed, so can I say as amended for the minutes?
They've been corrected.
It's the ones that are linking to in the agenda, because I just checked. So I'll just, you made those changes that I sent you? Okay. All right, then I'll just do it.
Were those the same ones that, one of the ones? Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. We're on the same page, Leonie.
Working together, kid, working together.
Yeah, I love it. Mr. Chair, I move that the select board approve payroll ending March 19, 2022, meeting minutes of March 8th, 2022, and approve AP manifest of March 18th, 2022, and March 22nd, 2022. And that is it. Already have.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Dan will second. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nope. All right, it's unanimous. All right. Well,
Move to
accept the
adjourn.
motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Any discussion? Nope.
Do
All
we
those in
do a
favor?
second?
Wait, you need a second.
Oh,
Yeah, so you just moved.
Yeah.
I will second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
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 I was talking to Becca, and she's like, I think gavel has like a special purpose.
Oh, really?
But also
Other than
like,
me just
also
like-
I love that you're just like, that's my, you need a
Hey,
little.
come on.
I'm like,
Yeah.
You should
gotta
bank
wake
when the
people
comments
up.
go Over 2 minutes.
Turn off the noise, because they can dorm rooms there.
Yeah.
It's getting hotter.
It's definitely warmer.
Dana texted me during the meeting and said,
Well, I
I
tell you,
heard all
let's
of
go
that.
right
I'm
to
trying to
the
figure out
table.
how to get you guys out of
Name
here.
it.